15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable, and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come. 15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable, and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement, and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety, and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come. "15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable, and renewable energy." Bujagali, a 250-megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement, and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety, and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Thank you so much, the video operators. Good morning once again. Thank you so much for coming through today for this workshop. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation, coming in numbers and on time. I also take the opportunity to welcome our online audience. Thank you so much for joining through. You can send that link and forward it to the rest of the teams that were interested in the workshop so that they can follow through quickly. If you have any questions or queries, feel free to chat them down. We shall receive them right here and we shall respond to them. If you could only allow me, we start on the program so that we get started. But on your tables, there's a code that you can scan, a QR code, and when you scan it through, it will bring you different items that are important for your follow through the workshop for the people that are in the room here. So it has a link that takes you to the link where you can get the EPRP plan itself, registration form in case you missed the form at the entrance, feedback form. As we go through the session, we are interested in knowing how it is going. It also has a feedback form. You also help us fill it, but also the program so that you are able to follow through what is coming, one thing after the other. In case of any internet needs, we have Wi-Fi in this room, and the password and the login details are behind here on the board so that you are able to share content. You know, we are living in a generation of content, yeah? So in case you need internet enablement, it is provided for. Before we get to the program, a few basic rules for the house to keep in charge and organized. I will request us to have our phones in silence. In a few weeks back, I was hosting some of these events, and as the session was going on, I saw 6 people at the back stand up. It was a conference for the youth, so 6 people stood from the back in pairs of 2-2, and then they started cutting each other's throats. So later on, I discovered that one of their colleagues that was seated in front of them, his ringtone was that famous song. So someone gave him a call, and when these young people heard the sound, to them all that came to their mind was, we need to cut the throat. So they created an emergency that we had not prepared for in that meeting. But now that we are in an emergency preparedness awareness workshop, we need to prepare for all emergencies. So I request you to put your phones in silence so that we can maintain the hygiene of the room, and we shall also minimize movements for easy and better concentration. So if you allow me to get to the program, our first item on the program will be an opening prayer, and this will be by any volunteer in the room. Yeah, if you feel led to give us an opening prayer today, I'll just pass the microphone to you, and we shall get the opening prayer. As you can check on the program, either through the code, or if you have a hard copy with you from the opening prayer, then we shall have opening and welcome remarks from one of the Bell persons that are part of the organizing team. And then from there, we shall be able to get along with the program. So I'm requesting for a volunteer to open today's session with a word of prayer, and then we shall get started. Anyone to give us a word of prayer as we start our workshop today? I'll freely pass on the microphone to you. This is the time to pray for the workshop. Anyone? Or I ask my pastors in the room. I worked with one of them. I worked with a in case there's a volunteer, but if not, I'll request one of the Bell pastors. You know, people are multi-talented and multifaceted. So, all right, I'll ask my friend Brian to give us an opening prayer. Brian is also one of the Bell pastors that we work with wherever we go. So, Brian, please, if you can. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for today. We thank you for this gathering. We thank you for everyone that is in this place. We ask you to guide our discussions today. We ask you to empower us even in our discussions as we talk about pertinent issues that concern our dam and our country. We thank you for every presenter in this place, and we ask you to empower them, give them guidance, give them understanding of whatever they're going to discuss. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Let's give Brian a round of applause for stepping forward and taking the mantle. Hey, if you go to heaven and you don't find Brian, you know you're in the wrong place, because that's a joke. So we shall get straight to the program, but as we get to the program, as the Bell culture, we always want to start our sessions and days with a safety culture or safety contact. Safety contact is basically a piece of information that initiates or starts the topic of discussion into motion. So probably you're in this room and you have mixed information about the workshop's intention and the workshop's main theme of discussion. So we are going to have a video, a very short video on the screen, safety contact video, and then after that, you will have a picture of emergency preparedness, dam break idea, so that when we are starting the conversation in detail, you have an idea of what we are talking about. We still continue to welcome our online audience. Thank you so much for tuning in on YouTube, on X, and the Wijagari social media platforms. Thank you so much for connecting through. And feel free to get the chat going. If you have any queries or questions, we shall be getting to them and answering them. So the video team, I request you play for us safety contact for the day, and then we shall continue with the program. Thank you so much.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us. Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
But this is not the first time Alau Dam has collapsed. 30 years ago, a similar dam failure occurred, submerging almost half the city.
The point is adaptation. We go the way of adaptation. We see what we can mitigate. We identify what we have not been experiencing and develop means and ways on how to adapt with that one, because the climate change is here with us.
This year has seen several dams across the continent overflow and wreaking havoc. Sudan, for instance, has been facing war, famine, displacement, and now flooding. In August, floods overwhelmed Arbat Dam in the northeast, wiping out 20 villages and leaving at least 60 people dead, according to local media reports.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, the elderly, and others that need continuous medication.
A makeshift dam in Kenya's Rift Valley region also broke its banks in April, leaving at least 46 dead.
Dams do have a spillway, which facilitates now excess water discharge to the normal river flow. So for the one in Kenya, I do understand that it didn't have the spillway. And that's why when the excess water came, there was that now burst of the dam affecting communities downstream.
And Libya is marking 1 year since the tragic loss of over 4,000 lives. Storm Daniel hit the Libyan east coast, causing flooding, resulting in the bursting of 2 dams. The people blamed authorities for not issuing timely evacuation orders to Dana residents.
They are supposed to release like 6 months, period, so that we may, so that their action plans for evacuation can be drawn up. And as the situation worsens during that time, the government will have now adequate mechanism to evacuate the people from their floodplains.
Chad, Morocco, Algeria, Mali and Niger are experiencing heavy rains, and scientists warn that African countries may have to pay more for the loss and damage every year because of a changing climate. Grace Kuriakanja, Africa Matters.
Thank you so much, the video team. So I hope now the workshop is in context. You have an idea of what a dam break is and how it can be disastrous. So when we are discussing some of these things, have that picture in mind. All right. Thank you so much, our video team. So ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me now, get straight to the program. And on the program, we shall start with opening and welcome remarks from the organizing team. And those will be given by none other than Mr. Michael Taremwa Kananura, who is the Chief Finance Officer at Bujagali Energy Limited. Will you put your hands together and receive with me Mr. Michael Kananura Taremwa to come and give his opening remarks. Michael, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to Can I connect this laptop? Let's leave. Good morning. Is this one working? Then let me work with this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The guest speaker in absentia, the keynote speaker, Assistant Commissioner, Minister of Water and Minister of Water and Environment, Engineer Dominic Muchimguzi, the General Manager Bujagali Energy Limited, the Chief Executive Officers present in this room, the representatives of different electricity generation companies, the organizers of this workshop, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first dam break emergency preparedness and response workshop in Uganda. Electricity regulatory Bujagali Energy Limited has a history of being the pioneer in the electricity sector. Its journey started in 2004, where hydroelectricity generation and electricity in general was constrained. And we had blackouts, high prices of electricity, specifically a unit of power was costing us 30 cents. And at that time, we ran thermogenerators. And so this constrained economic growth of the country. In 2025, in 2005, Bujagali was incorporated to build, own, operate, and transfer the hydropower plant to the government of Uganda at 1 cent after a period of 30 years. Management is therefore proud to have completed the construction of Bujagali in a record 5 years and commissioned it in 2012. We have operated that plant for the last 14 years. This journey has been made possible with the support of government, political leaders, and the communities we live in. In our 14 years of service, Bujagali has worked closely with all its stakeholders to come up with solutions tailored to their needs. Management is therefore proud and pleased to roll out this dam break emergency preparedness and response plan. The plan was prepared in collaboration with our consultant, Tomkin and Taylor from New Zealand, and in consultation with all the stakeholders and communities that live on the banks of River Nile. The plan lays out the importance of safety and the need to be prepared in the case of a dam break. Management is committed to this plan. It is not going to be a document that gathers dust in the shelves of Bujagali. Management is committed and will ensure that its recommendations, actions are put in place so that any emergency finds us prepared. We want to thank all of you who have come to witness this historical event unfold. And once again, thank you for honoring our invitation. And with those remarks, I want, therefore, to declare the workshop open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Tarima Kananwa. Another big round of applause for Michael. You know, it is very different when it is the CFO that is giving the opening remarks, which means in the books of finance, the event is fully open. So it is very important. Thank you so much, Michael. I continue to welcome us all. For those that have just come in and just joined us, my name is Tyson Abaho, and I work with Bujagali Energy Limited. And I thank you all for coming through in numbers and in time. On the table, we have a QR code that on that very table you're seated on, you can just scan it through and it will give you items that are of your importance in this meeting. You'll find a link to the EPRP plan for Bujagali Energy Limited. We'll also find a registration form in case you missed the hard copy at the entrance, but also have a feedback form. As we continue with the workshop, we shall be requiring your feedback for us, and also the program, how it is going. Like I had also mentioned, we also have internet enablement in case you need help with the internet. So you can go on to invite your colleagues that had interest in the workshop. We are started and we are on, and we also salute our online platform and thank them for joining in. Thank you so much for coming through one more time. The team from Bujagali Energy Limited, thank you so much for coming through. The team from UEGCL, thank you so much for coming through. We have a team from Makerere University, thank you so much for coming through. We have a team from Electricity Regulatory Authority, thank you so much. We have the Office of the Prime Minister, thank you. We have PA Technical Services, thank you for honoring the invitation. We have the Directorate of Water Resource Management. Thank you so much for coming through and for attending this workshop. I'm sure it will be worth your attendance. Continuing with the program, we are now going to have a keynote address about the importance of emergency preparedness and response in hydropower safety. Based on the history of the video that we have watched, it is important that we get to know the importance of why it is key to have emergency preparedness and response. And this keynote address will be given by none other than Engineer Dominic Muchunguzi, who is the Assistant Commissioner Water Use, Planning and Allocation with Ministry of Water and Environment. And he's already dealing with water use and allocation, so you understand the dynamics in his office. So ladies and gentlemen, will you put your hands together and receive with me Engineer Dominic Muchunguzi, the Assistant Commissioner Water Use Planning and Allocation with Ministry of Water and Environment. Engineer Dominic, you're welcome.
Allow me stand on the protocol that has been observed for the interest of time. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Engineer Dominic Banaga Muchunguzi. I work as an Assistant Commissioner, Water Resources Planning and Management, specifically responsible for water use planning and allocation, where dam safety falls. So I'm conversant with the energy sector and will do regulation for the sector. It is a great honor to address you this morning at a dam safety emergency preparedness and response plan sensitization workshop organized by Bujagari Energy, which is one of Uganda's flagship hydropower operators. I wish to thank Bujagari Energy for hosting us and for its continued commitment to promoting dam safety and preparedness in Uganda's hydropower industry. Imagine waking up one morning to the news that Narubare and Chira Dam have given way. In a matter of minutes, the mighty Victoria Nile turns into a torrent, sweeping through Jinja, Kamuri, Kayunga, Brisa, and downstream communities with unstoppable force. You know that force the water would have. Bridges collapse, transmission lines fall, towns and farmlands are flooded, and southerns are displaced, and the nation's power grid plunges into darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have said is not a scene from a movie. It is a glimpse of what would happen if dam safety and emergency preparedness fail. And this scenario, it may sound extreme, but it undermines the truth we cannot ignore. Dam safety is not optional. It is a national and regional necessity, and we must address it. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's growth is inseparable from its water resources, especially the River Nile, which sustains our energy, agriculture, and the livelihood. We all know that today, over 90% of Uganda's electricity comes from hydropower, and our major dams, that is Narubara and Chira, about 380 megawatts, Bujagari, 250 megawatts, we have Isimba, 183 megawatts, and recently Karuma, 600 megawatts, are all located along the same river system. This interconnectedness is both our strength and our vulnerability, and I'll tell you why. The safety of one dam affects the performance and safety of all other dams downstream. A simple failure on one of the dams could lead to massive flooding, losses of lives, infrastructure damage, and economic paralysis, not only in Uganda, but across the Nile Basin, all the way to Sudan, and even up to Egypt. And across the world, we have seen what has happened when issues of dam safety are neglected. I'll give you some examples. In 2020, the Edenville Dam in the United States collapsed, and it displaced over 10,000 people. In Sudan, not far from here, the Bout Dam failure displaced about 180,000 people and destroyed lives. Here in Kenya, in 2018, the Sorai Dam tragedy claimed at least 47 lives. This is life lost. And this is not limited to undeveloped nations. Even advanced economies For example, the United States and India have faced major dam safety incidences due to a number of reasons, including aging infrastructure and the climate extremes. And these disasters remain with us, and they remind us that dam safety failure are not just an engineering problem, they are human tragedies. Here in Uganda, if you may recall, during the 2019-2020 floods, when COVID had just started, Lake Victoria levels rose to about 13.5 meters, which was the highest since 1964. The inflows strained our dams, particularly the Narubara and Chira, and it revealed how critical coordination and preparedness are in managing the emergencies. Those of you who participated in that, I happened to have been at the center. I was in charge of managing the aquatic weeds. We know what it showed us and what it taught us about the critical role of coordination and preparedness in managing disasters. And in recognition of these realities, the Minister of Water and Environment, through the Directorate of Water Resources Management, has taken proactive steps in order to strengthen Uganda's dam safety regime. We have established the Dam Safety Unit that is composed of multidisciplinary professionals, as we shall see. Dam safety is not only engineering, that oversee dam inspections, monitoring, and compliance. We have also developed the Uganda Dam Safety Guidelines in 2014, and this is a framework that ensures that safety is embedded at every stage of the dam's life cycle, right away from planning, designing, construction, to operation, maintenance, and commissioning. I urge all of you to read these guidelines. They will help you so that we ensure we have safe dams. And furthermore, to enhance the transparency and coordination, the ministry has developed the online dam and waterway safety database. I believe we invited you some few weeks ago, and we trained a number of you on how you can use it. And this one keeps a live inventory of Uganda's dams and their safety status based on regular inspections and instrumentation data. All the work that you do, we urge you to update it so that even seated in our offices, we are able to see what is happening, and if there is an emergency, we are able to detect it and see how we can address that. Ladies and gentlemen, even with the best engineering, dams are immune to risk. So don't see where dams are failed, you say this was poor design or poor construction. We have heavy rainfall, we have earthquakes, even the equipment can fail, or even human error, and this can create emergency situations. And that's why every dam must have a robust emergency preparedness and response plan, which I believe is the core of today's workshop. And this emergency preparedness and response plan is a critical tool in the dam safety management. The emergency preparedness and response plan ensures that all operators and stakeholders are ready to act swiftly and effectively when faced with a potential dam emergency. And an effective emergency preparedness and response plan ensures that everyone, from the control room engineer to the district disaster committee and all the stakeholders here, know what to do, when to do it, and how to communicate during an emergency so that we avoid the confusion, uncoordinated forces. And it ensures that communication lines are very clear, that local authorities and communities are informed, and that response actions are tested through regular drills. You can imagine there may be fire extinguishers here, but if a bell rang, a siren went on, probably most of us would remain seated. But if there are drills and you test and you see your system is working, it helps you. When a siren goes on, you know the next steps to to take. So preparedness is the difference between controlled response and a national disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to highlight 7 essential pillars for an effective dam safety and emergency preparedness. 1, risk assessment and hazard mapping. You need to have a clear understanding of possible failure scenarios and their impact to downstream users. If you don't know the failure modes, then it may be difficult for you to address them. 2, early warning systems, where you can use sensors, telemetry, and communication channels for real-time alerts when before the emergency happen. Then 3, emergency action plans, which are very practical, rehearsed plans, and that define key roles and responsibilities. As I mentioned, they are key stakeholders, and each one needs to know their responsibilities and roles. Then institutional coordination, which is number 4, that clearly states the roles between the dam owners, regulators, and the disaster management authorities. All these entities need to coordinate and work together. 5, community preparedness, so that we ensure that downstream communities understand warning signs and evacuation routes because they are the most affected. 6, drills and simulation, where we have regular practice sessions to test the readiness and reveal any gaps that may arise. And 7, continuous monitoring and maintenance, because prevention is always cheaper than response. Let's not first wait for disaster to happen, then we start acting. Ladies and gentlemen, Bujagari Energy has demonstrated how practical leadership and stakeholder collaboration can enhance dam safety and emergency preparedness. By bringing together the institutions, ministries, regulators, the defense sector, the local stakeholders, Bujagar has set a practical example of what a multi-agency approach should look like. And we should emulate this. This spirit of collaboration is precisely what Uganda and the Nile Basin region and even other areas need to strengthen resilience across the hydropower sector. Indeed, the safety of one dam affects the safety of others downstream. In the regional context, let me take you through the Nile Basin, which is a host of over 400 large dams and serves over 300 million people across the 9 countries, all the way from Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, Ethiopia, up to Egypt. Through the Nile Basin Initiative, NBI, which is based in Entebbe, and its technical arm, the NERSAP, that is based in Kigali, and ENTRO, that is based in Ethiopia, regional efforts in data sharing, flood forecasting, and dam safety coordination are growing stronger. In fact, they are even establishing the Dam Safety Training Institute. That shows how key and important the issue of dam safety is. And such cross-border collaboration is very crucial because floods and dam failure do not respect the national boundaries. If there is a dam break, the water will not stop at the border. It doesn't know that you have a border. Therefore, we need to involve even all the other people in the region. I'll give you an example of the coordinated releases between Ethiopia and Sudan on the Blue Nile that have already reduced the downstream flood risks in Sudan, and a model that Uganda is emulating on the Victoria Nile Cascade. We are working with our sister countries across downstream like Sudan to ensure that we manage any risk or any flood that may occur, and we are sharing data. Emergency preparedness is not a one-off exercise. So don't only do it once and you say, I have finished. No, it is a culture that is built on continuous learning, drills, and collaboration. Every dam operator, regulator, district official, energy generator, and a community member that is downstream has a key role to play, from maintaining up-to-date contact lines. I hope you have contacts of all the key stakeholders, to conducting mock drills, to reviewing emergency preparedness and response plans, which I would encourage you to do annually. Preparedness must become our second nature. We must always be prepared. Let us remember that the time to plan for an emergency is not when the siren has gone off. It is now, so that we prepare in advance. And with climate change increasing, rainfall extremes and flood peaks, the urgency of preparedness has never been greater. As I mentioned, we have the Water Dam Safety Regulations 2017 that gives us, as a ministry, a solid legal basis for enforcement and compliance. I believe we give you water abstraction permits and their conditions, and one of the requirements is the preparation of a water source protection plan and a dam safety plan. So we have a mandate to make sure we enforce that and you remain compliant so that we safeguard and save property and lives. So let every dam have a certified environmental emergency preparedness and response plan, have a functional monitoring system, and another warning system. Because prevention, as I said, is always cheaper than recovery. And remember that every dollar you invest in dam safety saves about $5 to $10 in avoided losses. So you will not have made a loss. It is indeed a gain. Dam safety is not, as I had said, is not an engineering obligation. It is a moral, social, and national responsibility because of the consequences if the dam fails. Safe dams mean secure communities, sustainable energy, and resilient nation. We must make dam safety everyone's business. Don't leave it to some few individuals. Right away from policymakers to power producers, from engineers to the people living downstream, including their communities, because they are affected. Let us continue to learn, to share, to act, and together to protect lives, property, and environment. Since there are different energy generators here, you can share information and experiences. Don't be selfish and keep all the information to yourself. Because the failure of one dam will affect even the ones which are outside the Nile. I know there are other small dams across the country. And as I come to a conclusion, let me return to where we began. If one day we wake up to find our dam is in danger, shall we be ready? Shall we know who to call, what to do, and how to protect our people? Anyone want to answer me? I have heard the answer. After this workshop, let the answer be a resounding yes. I needed more energy than the one you used. Because I believe after this workshop, we have gained some insight about the issues of dam safety and emergency preparedness. Because we choose vigilance over complacence and preparedness over panic. We don't want to go for firefighting. Let's be prepared for anything that may happen. And the absence of disaster is not proof of safety. You may say, this one I have not failed, therefore we are safe. You may not be safe. It may be proof of the foresight and the collective responsibility that we may take. So let's remain prepared. Let us build a Uganda and a region where every dam is safe, every operator is prepared, and every community is protected. I thank you very much, and I wish you productive and inspiring workshop for God and my country.
Another big round of applause for Engineer Dominic Muchungus. I think he has done us well. He has put everything to context, and I'm glad to know that you were actually part of the team that was handling the floating island 2020. So engineer, and at the same time, the next time we are affected by some of those things, we have a direct contact. And my other fellow friends from Chiran, Alubari. So we already have Uganda is about connections. So we already have a connection to some of those shortcuts. So I do understand that as we are continuing to hear the keynote speakers, probably they will raise a question or two to the knowledge that you have or the something that has come to your attention for the first time. So you will register or write some of those questions, and time allowing, we shall be able to get back and forth to make sure that at the end of the workshop, Engineer Dominic asked us that he will ask us again, and our morale and the volume of our yes should be that we have gathered so much from today's workshop. And now we have taken the perspective from the ministry level. We now want to put into context this plan as far as Bujagali Energy Limited is concerned. So our next keynote address is about understanding the emergency preparedness and response plan for Bujagali Energy Limited. So that you put into context from the ministry level, as Engineer Dominic has put it, now to the perspective of Bujagali Energy Limited. What does it contain and what does it entail? And this keynote address will be done by none but Mr. Francis Mwangi, who is the asset manager at Bujagali Energy Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, will you put your hands together and receive with me Mr. Francis Mwangi, the asset manager, Bujagali Energy Limited. Francis, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests from the ministries, energy, water, and others, our partners in the hydro business, the key stakeholders, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Engineer Francis Mwangi. As Tyson has mentioned, I'm the asset manager for Bujagali Hydro Power Plant, or the plant manager in that case. I'm the one who is the chair of the emergency preparedness team for Bujagali. So my position requires what Engineer Musinguzi has talked about in details, because that is what we practice, and that is what has brought us here today. I thank Engineer Muchunguzi for the detailed presentation he has given us. He has covered all what the business for today is about. So, but for the spirit of preparedness. Preparedness is not a one-off, like he mentioned. Preparedness is a continuous process, and we have to keep on repeating the message, because even us who are in the industry, we have to keep doing the drills. He has talked about the drills. They are very a key part of the process of your preparedness. And therefore, for our audience here, Whatever you hear as repeating that Engineer Muchuguzi had already mentioned, please take it as part of the preparedness, because we want you to live here when you are also very well prepared and know what items you need to be, keep on revising if you are in the industry, or if you are, let's say, a partner in one way or the other, whether in you are local, whether you are in the media is very key in terms of communication. Is a very key part of the preparedness. My part is to give you an understanding of the EPRP, or the emergency preparedness and our emergency preparedness and response plan is a two-part item. There is the preparedness and there is the response. You have to be prepared, but when the actual thing comes up, you have to have the way of responding. You have to know exactly what you need to do. Because when those emergencies you have seen here happen, they don't give you the time. For Bujagali, we have only about 45 minutes in case the emergency started at Oenfos. And in 45 minutes, we must have taken action. And this will not happen during the day, between 8 and 5. It may happen on Christmas Day at midnight or New Year. You still have to respond. Yeah. So that, at the 45 minutes, you not change, irrespective of the time. So it's very, very important for whoever is there, for us to have the plan in place. Whoever is in the control room must be fully aware and fully prepared. The process has to be in existence, and there will be no time to start thinking about it. Immediately you get the signal, you have to act. And you're acting to save the structure, to save the people, to save a lot of assets downstream, in the downstream communities. And this is a national interest. Engineer Muchunguzi mentioned that. It involves all of us. About Bujagali, I know some people may be fully aware of Bujagali hydropower station, as well as the Nile Cascade, but still there are many people in the community who only hear, but they may not be aware of where Bujagali exactly is, what it's about, and all that kind of stuff. Bujagali is a hydropower plant. It's a hydropower station. We generate electricity from water. That's what a hydropower plant is about. That means we have to store the water in the dam which was constructed during the project period, and that water runs through the turbines, it turns the generators, and you get power, which we give to transmission, and eventually UEDCO distributes to the customers. So our purpose in that case is generation. However, to do the generation, like you can see on the overview of Bujagali power plant, that's exactly what Bujagali power station is. You are seeing the dam. You have several sections of the dam. Some are gray, some are concrete, and you can see the blue, which is the water. The main structure of a hydropower plant is the dam. And when you construct a dam, when you are doing a power station, you hear of all those billions of shillings that are used in construction of a power plant. That cost goes to the dam, is the main structure. And the dam includes the powerhouse. Like you are seeing the gray on the far end, that is a clay core dam or another dam. You have the powerhouse in the middle. Is a concrete section of the dam. Is the powerhouse, but is also part of the dam. You have a central part with also a clay core. The gray is a stone pitching. Then we have a concrete section on this end. That is an additional spillway, which is we call the siphon spillway. And then we have a clay core up dam section at the end. The far end is the eastern side, is the western side, and the eastern side, which is in Busoga, on this end. So we are actually connecting both the sides of the Nile to be able to create the reservoir. So the blue is the water, and the water has to have the head. That's why you create the dam, so that you generate your power. You create the water head that will give you the pressure to turn your turbines. At the powerhouse, where we are seeing the yellow crane, we have the spillway gates. We have 3 of them there. And so we have gated spillways, and we have a siphon spillway on this end, where you are seeing a bit of white. That is an additional spillway. The essence of the spillway gates is actually to deal with the kind of emergencies we are dealing with, because they are the ones which will save us in case of a flooding situation or in case of a dam break upstream. We have to be able to manage that water. And we have said that water takes, about 45 to 50 minutes to come from Naluba Lekira to Bujagali. So within that time, our gates we have to have our gates opened so that we are able to attenuate the amount of water that will come within that time. And that is the work that our emergency preparedness team is expected to do. However, we also have certain early warning systems in place. For example, our reservoir monitoring system is able to tell us how much water is coming in from ONFOS in terms of flow, meters cubed per second. And it also gives us how much we are discharging, and it shows us the reservoir level. So the operator in the control room has that information. And at the same time, the systems can fail, and you can have an emergency, and then your system has failed, you are not seeing that flow. So we have put an additional emergency warning system at Kira, downstream of Kira, to enable us to get the warning. If there is a dam break at ONFOS, the level at downstream of ONFOS will be high. So we have put a monitoring there, which will enable us to know if the level at downstream of ONFOS is higher than normal. And that will be our early warning system. If we get that warning, immediately we will be able to the operator will get the warning, and the key stakeholders are also linked to that, and that will include the general manager, the plant manager, and the technical managers within the plant. So wherever they are, they will be able to see that. And in case that signal maybe fails, in case, let's say the operator doesn't note in time, our gates are connected to that warning system so that they will start opening in advance. If 10 minutes go from the time that warning comes and action has not been taken to open the gates, automatically the gates are set to open. So that is a part of the preparedness. So in terms of the cascade, a cascade in a river setup is a series of plants which are using the same water. Our cascade here in the Nile in Uganda starts with the ONFOS, Bujagali is next, then we have Isimba, we have Karuma downstream. But for purposes of emergencies within the locality, Karuma is assisted by Lake Choga, but Isimba is part of that network. It will be affected by a dam break, either in Bujagali or in ONFOS, because whatever water that will be discharged out of such an emergency, we will have to end up in all the 3 plants. In terms of Bujagali, our preparedness mainly is in terms of either a failure of our dam. If we have a dam failure ourselves, will be affected, and our plan has to involve linking up with the Simba to make sure that the Simba are able to act in time and avoid the destruction. If we have a dam break upstream, that is now where our plan is most involved, because we are the ones to make sure that we are able to discharge that water with the minimum damage to the facility at Bujagali, as well as to the downstream community, including Isimba. So that cascade has to work in, it has to work in unison. We have to be always in sync so that whatever happens in one place, we are able to coordinate and minimize or mitigate any damages that are likely to happen out of those kind of incidents. The dam safety, when we talk of emergency preparedness and response, the safety of the dam starts with its maintenance, its condition. What is the condition of the dam itself? And this doesn't just start in what you are doing as the operator or the manager of the dam. It starts from the design, because the design has to look at all the safety aspects of the dam, and is supposed to ensure that throughout the life of the dam, if it's maintained properly, that dam will be intact and will be able to remain intact. However, good design alone will not do all the work. You have to maintain it because this is a system which has aspects of that require maintenance. You have to do the maintenance, you have to monitor any signs of small failure. Most failures don't just come overnight. They start with a small sip or leak. If you don't understand it or you don't work on it, that is what you lead to a dam break. So the maintenance, the monitoring, first of all, even vision, just viewing across your structure on every aspect to see any signs of failure. And where you need to do the maintenance, you do the maintenance. So for monitoring, we have instruments on the dam, and we monitor them on a monthly basis. That those are some of the aspects that engineer mentioned about that we have to do. So we have to have the plans in place, and we have to follow them up. And where we get any issues, we come up with the resolutions and resolve them before they become serious problems. Why does the EPRP matter? The EPRP is the basis that we use to get ourselves prepared and plan for response of different of different possibilities that can happen. Because dam failures will come in different forms. They will not be, and sometimes it may not be even a dam failure. It may be a flooding situation, like what we have experienced since 2020. Lake Victoria suddenly shot up to levels which were seen 50 years back. And yet we had operated, by that time we had operated for almost 10 years without without even being able to get to the average discharge of about 1,000 cubic meters per second. And suddenly the level started going up, and DWRM continued reviewing and advising us to increase the discharges all the way up to 2,600 cubic meters per second. Those are not things we had even thought about when we were doing the during the earlier operational years of Bujagali. And above that, this situation has persisted. Now it's 5 years from when we started experiencing the high discharge. They have oscillated a bit, but we are still discharging 2,000 cubic meters per second up to now, which means the spillway gates you are seeing have been discharging throughout. You've been discharging throughout since March of 2020 up to date. and we are still there at 2,000 cubic meters. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. For example, if the level continued to Lake Victoria level continued, it would mean it can go to a situation where it overwhelms Owen Falls. And now situations come that we had not even predicted or thought about. So we have to keep thinking about those things and prepare for them, because we don't know what will happen. So for emergency preparedness and response, we have the preparedness that we have to do ourselves as the managers of the plant. And that is doing good maintenance, understanding our systems, and what signs we need to observe that would lead to serious incidents, and make sure we do the mitigation as early as possible. Then it's not all about us alone. We have to deal with, to coordinate with our stakeholder partners. Our key stakeholders, we have, of course, the Department of Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water, who are who are the ones who give us the license for operation and the usage of the Nile water. We have the partners, UEGCL, the owners of the other plants, and we have the communities, the local communities who will be affected in case we have situations like those. All those are very key partners, and we have to keep on coordinating with them. In terms of the partner generators, ONFOs, communication between the two of us is very key, because any information at the earliest possible time, should there be need, will be very key, is what will help us. Because 50 minutes is a short time for action, for example. And at the same time, even from Bujagali to Isimba, we just need a few hours before the water has gotten there, in case Bujagali Dam is the one which has failed. So that communication first and foremost, and understanding that anything that comes up is communicated at the earliest possible time for people to do the necessary preparation, is very, very key. Then we have the local communities. In case we have an incident of a dam failure, or even over flooding, where we have to discharge abnormal amounts of water, we have to inform the communities downstream for them to evacuate if need be. To do that, we have to coordinate with the government bodies, the national, the police force to start with, who would be the people to start coordinating the process, and also the national emergency coordination centers, the national and the district emergency coordination centers. All those are a very key part of the preparedness plan. And as we go along, you'll be able to see where they fall in. Can we have the next? The overview, I've talked about that screen. We have, and the purpose of the EPRP, as you can see. So we have to protect property and environment, as well as the downstream of the downstream communities. So we have to provide coordinated framework for emergency response and outline responsibilities for us as BEL, as well as our partner agencies during emergencies. And also our EPRP has to guide on the communication and decision making during critical events. The scope of our dam break, emergency preparedness and response plan, it covers the dam safety, the structural, operational, natural and human-induced, whichever form of emergency that can appear. And any of them can happen at any time. And this will involve Bujagali Energy Limited or Bujagali Hydropower Plant itself, to involve UEGCL because of the cascade dams at Oenfors and Isimba. It will involve the grid manager, the UETCL, because the emergency will affect the power generation in one way or the other, or the power generation can be part of the emergency preparedness. You discharge part of the water through the turbines. So should you have a lot of water suddenly coming up, part of it can be discharged through the turbines. So they can be used as a part of the response in making sure that if it's a total dam break, the volumes will be so huge, the gates alone may not be able to manage them. So turbines, water through the turbines will be part of the discharge plan. And then we have the UPDF and the emergency coordination centers at national level, as well as the district levels. So we have to integrate the national and district disaster management systems because depending on the scope, the district emergency management systems may not be able to manage alone. They have to be supported by the national. So all this includes both the prevention through surveillance and early warning, as well as the response actions. I've mentioned about the different possibilities that can happen, and we have classifications of the type of emergencies you can have in a hydro power dam. There are those incidents that you notice as you do your normal routine inspections, and those ones you deal with them just with the maintenance teams. That is our level 0 consideration. Then you have level 1 considerations where you have an internal event that you are seeing you need to be monitored, and maybe determine any actions that you can take to stop it from escalating. Level 2 response, where you have a potential emergency and you need to save the dam. That means the discharge of water may be excessive, and if you don't manage it properly, it may lead to a dam break. So you have to come up with a plan. You have to have the plan in place for dealing with these situations, making sure your gates are always in good condition, and should a need arise, you'll be able to automatically, or in the shortest time possible, be able to operate them and save the dam. And then you have a level 3 kind of response, where you have imminent failure of a dam, and that is maybe a total dam break. If you have a total dam break, now you have to discharge all the water in the reservoir concerned, and managing that definitely you require to have people moved from the low sections and taken to safety. This is the worst case scenario, where you have a total breakdown, and therefore there is no shortcut. All the agencies involved, we will need a lot of assistance from the UPDF to be able to coordinate movements of people. the key requirements for the emergency preparedness and response. We have responsibilities for the different partners, starting obviously with the Bujagali itself. You have a Bujagali team being the base, and as they are the ones who you come up, who you notice the emergency and initiate the process of our emergency preparedness and response plan. So the lead agency for dam safety and response will be the BEL team. The Uganda Police Force is very key in this process. So our plan involves, should we notice a situation which will affect or is likely to affect the public, the first people we have to inform is the Uganda police, so that they are able to coordinate with the communities through the police stations in the localities. They will be able to go to the LCs and then to the communities themselves. So it's like a key step of our emergency preparedness. And our link with the police is so crucial in this process, because that's where time will come into consideration. If there is any delay, you may lose time which you would have used to save lives by evacuating people. We have our partners in the power system, UEGCL and UETCL. The UETCL, owners of the generating facilities in the Cascade, and UETCL being the grid managers who coordinate the power production through the National Control Center. So these are very key stakeholders, because either they will be affected in one way or the other. UEGCL, if the dam break is at Bujagali, will be at danger at Isimba. UEGCL situations happening at ON4s will affect Bujagali, and they have to link up with us at the earliest possible time, because that's how you'll be able to manage those situations. And remember, if we have a dam break at ON4s and Bujagali is not able to manage it, it will be a double impact at Isimba. So it will be much more difficult for Isimba to manage that kind of cascade of the discharge, because whereas Bujagali can regulate the flow by early action, if we don't do early action and we are overwhelmed, you have Bujagali Dam itself also breaking as a result of that. And that water now will be twice as much as what would have managed from ON4s alone. So it's very, very key for all of us to work together and have in place plans and communication systems to make sure that actions are taken at the earliest possible time. The National Emergency Coordination Center and the district the emergency coordination centers, disaster coordination centers, are very key in those circumstances, because Bujagali as an entity will not be able to manage the communities. They are diverse and communication is more complicated. We have the basic communication in our plan, let's say of linking up with the leadership of the communities. But you know how communication is. Sometimes you may have the phone numbers, but it's in the middle of the night, maybe somebody has switched off their phone or it has no charge and you don't get them. So you have situations where the local disaster coordination centers, especially the local district coordination centers, will be of essence, because they are the ones who have the systems to coordinate with the communities and to manage them. Then, of course, we have the public downstream communities as well as facilities. Besides the local communities, we have a lot of facilities along the Nile. hotels. Some of them are in the islands, which means they are actually inside the Nile. Any change in level of flow is affecting them directly. So it's very, very important that we have also their contacts. Should we have any abnormal discharges, we always have to link up with them and tell them that the discharge is going up. Sometimes some of them are affected, like when we had to discharge 2,600 cubic meters per second. World Waters, which is one of the key facilities in the Nile, was grossly affected because that water was touching some of their facilities. And I think for some time they had to run out of operation. So we always link up with them and keep them up to date on what is happening. So notification and communication flow. This communication starts from our control room, where the operators have all the contacts, and they are on the forefront of the emergency preparedness and the response plan, because they are the people who are there 24 hours. They work on shift every time of the day, 24 hours up to January to December. You have to have the operators in the control room, and they are the base. They are the foundation of our EPRP, because they are the ones who will observe the signals, and they are the ones who will do the initial communication. They have to have the procedures in place. They know exactly who to communicate with and in what order, because that matters a lot in case of emergencies. So we have the communication charts outlining who is to be notified at each response level, and that one is available in the control room, and all the key stakeholders within the plant are aware of that, so they know who to communicate with and in what process. Early warning to communities downstream who are at risk of being affected by such emergencies have to be, we have to have in our chart the people that need to be communicated within the communities and the facilities that we communicate, as I had mentioned earlier. The integration with the national emergency communication systems is again part of the procedure, and we have the necessary contacts for the national disaster and emergency response teams. The EPRP will not be complete if you just have a procedure somewhere in place. It has to be managed by people who understand it and who know exactly what they need to do. So training and drill, emergency drills are very key in this process. And what we are saying is we have to continuously train, not just the basic training, but we have to keep on repeating. And in our procedures, we have regular trainings. Every year, we have to repeat. And everybody in the plant has to attend those trainings. They have to know, understand the emergency preparedness and response plan, the procedures involved, the instructions that relate to it, so that at any time, whatever happens, whoever is there, you will not need to start asking, what do I do? They know, they have been trained and tested, so that when it happens, whoever will be close by, you're available on phone, has the information, and you'll be able to advise and direct the people who are within the plant on what to do. So the regular dam break and emergency preparedness drills and simulations are planned for on an annual basis. At least once a year, we carry out a dam break emergency preparedness and response plan, drill. We do the drill and simulate the situations, and we look at the response so that we know how to do continuous improvement. For example, you might find some of the contacts you have are no longer valid. You have to keep reviewing those contacts and make sure that you have the latest. Because when it happens, you not have time, and missing one person may actually just make the situation worse. It's very important that you have the updated contact list. Continuous improvement of procedures based on lessons learned. When we do the drills, we sit down and do a review and see what worked, what didn't work, and what do we need to do for improvement. Maintaining updated contact lists, like I mentioned, and evacuation plans is key to the process. The requirements for compliance: familiarity with the dam break EPRP roles and responsibilities is the first and foremost very important for all our teams, both operators and maintenance. They have to be fully familiar with the plan and the roles that they would be expected to play. Participation in training, drills, and communication is part of it. I've mentioned that. Everybody is expected to participate in the drills and the reviews, and they understand exactly where the action or improvements need to be done, and also their views are taken into account. Maintaining readiness to respond at any response level. That drill helps to maintain our readiness, and updating local evacuation and emergency plans. Wherever we have to do the updates. And in this particular issue, when we are doing updates, we need to relate a lot, especially with the partners in generation with UEGCL, because one dam, we will never have everything in one dam. Experiences in the other dams are very key. You don't want to be the one to learn by having them in your place always. So if you learn from experiences of your partners, you are much safer than when you experience it. So when we are doing the drills, we want to involve the partners, we want to involve UEGCL. When they are doing their drills, we want to participate, because that's how we learn. That's how we improve our systems. In conclusion, the BEL EPRP ensures preparedness, coordination, and rapid response. That is what we want to do. We have to be fully able to respond, and we have to be prepared, both by starting with our facilities. How are they working? And that's where the spillway gates that I was pointing out at the beginning come in. Your spillway gates have to be operational at all times, because that is the bottom line. If you have the emergency and you go to open your gate and it can't move, you panic and you are likely now to get into total confusion. And obviously your chances of managing the emergency, if your gates can't operate, are much fewer, much less. So you start by your maintenance work, how you coordinate the maintenance and testing and making sure that at all times they are available, unless when you are actually doing the maintenance. But you have to be sure that your gates are in good operating mechanical conditions. Stakeholders' involvement is key to saving lives and reducing damage. We have talked about it a lot, and obviously it can't be overemphasized. The the involvement, the coordination, collaboration is very important at all times. And the call to action, everybody have to know their role and stay informed, and we have to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, big round of applause for Engineer Francis Mwangi, plant manager or asset manager. I think it has been so wide and elaborative. So if you have any questions in any of these presentations that we are making, I request that you jot the questions down. Time allowing, we shall be able to get through them. I know you've been seated for long, so I want to give us a break. We are going to have our tea or coffee break right now, so that your sugar levels should not fall. So our ushers will come through and they will be guiding on how we are going to have our breakfast. We shall have it from this side as the ushers will be guiding, but also for your notification, our places and washrooms and bathrooms are on this other end. Immediately you get through this door, you will be helped to find them there. For now, we are breaking off for our break or coffee break, and our ushers will be coming to the table where you're seated and they will be guiding through. We exactly want to make it as short as we can because we still have a lot in stock waiting for us. So 15 to 20 minutes, we shall be done with a tea break, and then we shall get back and do the following sessions in our workshop. Thank you so much this far. Thank you so much, our online audience. Keep those comments and questions or any other commentary that you are having coming through. We shall get to them and we shall keep in sync as we continue with the day. I request my ushers to come and let people know how they are going to have our breakfast in the corner, and exactly 15 minutes from now, we shall get back to the program and we see how the day will go. I'll ask the video team to continue playing some of the videos so that our online audience also keeps in touch with us as we continue to do. So for now, let the ushers guide us. We have our tea break in 15 minutes, and then we shall get back right here and get back to the program. Thank you so much.
15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come. 15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable, and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come. 15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable, and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us. Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
But this is not the first time Alau Dam has collapsed. 30 years ago, a similar dam failure occurred, submerging almost half the city.
The point is adaptation. We go the way of adaptation. We see what we can mitigate. We identify what we have not been experiencing and develop means and ways on how to adapt with that one, because the climate change is here with us.
This year has seen several dams across the continent overflow and wreaking havoc. Sudan, for instance, has been facing war, famine, displacement and now flooding. In August, floods overwhelmed Arbat Dam in the northeast, wiping out 20 villages and leaving at least 60 people dead, according to local media reports.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, the elderly and others that need continuous medication.
A makeshift dam in Kenya's Rift Valley region also broke its banks in April, leaving at least 46 dead.
Dams do have a spillway, which facilitates now excess water discharge to the normal river flow. So for the one in Kenya, I do understand that it didn't have the spillway. And that's why when the excess water came, there was that now burst of the dam affecting communities downstream.
And Libya is marking 1 year since the tragic loss of over 4,000 lives. Storm Daniel hit the Libyan east coast, causing flooding, resulting in the bursting of 2 dams. The people blamed authorities for not issuing timely evacuation orders to Dana residents.
They are supposed to release like 6 months period, so that we may so that their action plans for evacuation can be drawn up, and as the situation worsens during that time, the government will have now adequate mechanism to evacuate the people from their floodplains.
Chad, Morocco, Algeria, Mali and Niger are experiencing heavy rains, and scientists warn that African countries may have to pay more for the loss and damage every year because of a changing climate. Grace Kuriakanja, Africa Matters.
15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250 megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us. Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
But this is not the first time Alau Dam has collapsed. 30 years ago, a similar dam failure occurred, submerging almost half the city.
The point is adaptation. We go the way of adaptation. We see what we can mitigate. We identify what we have not been experiencing and develop means and ways on how to adapt with that one, because the climate change is here with us.
This year has seen several dams across the continent overflow and wreaking havoc. Sudan, for instance, has been facing war, famine, displacement and now flooding. In August, floods overwhelmed Arbat Dam in the northeast, wiping out 20 villages and leaving at least 60 people dead, according to local media reports.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, the elderly and others that need continuous medication.
A makeshift dam in Kenya's Rift Valley region also broke its banks in April, leaving at least 46 dead.
Dams do have a spillway, which facilitates now excess water discharge to the normal river flow. So for the one in Kenya, I do understand that it didn't have the spillway. And that's why when the excess water came, there was that now burst of the dam affecting communities downstream.
And Libya is marking 1 year since the tragic loss of over 4,000 lives. Storm Daniel hit the Libyan east coast, causing flooding, resulting in the bursting of 2 dams. The people blamed authorities for not issuing timely evacuation orders to Dana residents.
They are supposed to release like 6 months period so that we may so that their action plans for evacuation can be drawn up, and as the situation worsens during that time, the government will have now adequate mechanism to evacuate the people from their flooded plains.
Chad, Morocco, Algeria, Mali and Niger are experiencing heavy rains, and scientists warn that African countries may have to pay more for the loss and damage every year because of a changing climate. Grace Kuriakanja, Africa Matters.
15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250-megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry, and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us. Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
But this is not the first time Alau Dam has collapsed. 30 years ago, a similar dam failure occurred, submerging almost half the city.
The point is adaptation. We go the way of adaptation. We see what we can mitigate. We identify what we have not been experiencing and develop means and ways on how to adapt with that one, because the climate change is here with us.
This year has seen several dams across the continent overflow and wreaking havoc. Sudan, for instance, has been facing war, famine, displacement, and now flooding. In August, floods overwhelmed Arbat Dam in the northeast, wiping out 20 villages and leaving at least 60 people dead, according to local media reports.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, the elderly, and others that need continuous medication.
A makeshift dam in Kenya's Rift Valley region also broke its banks in April, leaving at least 46 dead.
Dams do have a spillway, which facilitates now excess water discharge to the normal river flow. So for the one in Kenya, I do understand that it didn't have the spillway. And that's why when the excess water came, there was that now burst of the dam affecting communities downstream.
And Libya is marking 1 year since the tragic loss of over 4,000 lives. Storm Daniel hit the Libyan east coast, causing flooding, resulting in the bursting of 2 dams. The people blamed authorities for not issuing timely evacuation orders to Dana residents.
They are supposed to release like 6 months period, so that we may so that their action plans for evacuation can be drawn up, and as the situation worsens during that time, the government will have now adequate mechanism to evacuate the people from their flooded plains.
Chad, Morocco, Algeria, Mali and Niger are experiencing heavy rains, and scientists warn that African countries may have to pay more for the loss and damage every year because of a changing climate. Grace Kuriakanja, Africa Matters.
15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250-megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV. Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth, and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Just hours after Borno State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us. Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
But this is not the first time Alau Dam has collapsed. 30 years ago, a similar dam failure occurred, submerging almost half the city.
The point is adaptation. We go the way of adaptation. We see what we can mitigate. We identify what we have not been experiencing and develop means and ways on how to adapt with that one, because the climate change is here with us.
This year has seen several dams across the continent overflow and wreaking havoc. Sudan, for instance, has been facing war, famine, displacement and now flooding. In August, floods overwhelmed Arbat Dam in the northeast, wiping out 20 villages and leaving at least 60 people dead, according to local media reports.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, the elderly and others that need continuous medication.
A makeshift dam in Kenya's Rift Valley region also broke its banks in April, leaving at least 46 dead.
Dams do have a spillway, which facilitates now excess water discharge to the normal river flow. So for the one in Kenya, I do understand that it didn't have the spillway. And that's why when the excess water came, there was that now burst of the dam affecting communities downstream.
And Libya is marking 1 year since the tragic loss of over 4,000 lives. Storm Daniel hit the Libyan east coast, causing flooding, resulting in the bursting of 2 dams. The people blamed authorities for not issuing timely evacuation orders to Dana residents.
They are supposed to release like 6 months period, so that we may so that their action plans for evacuation can be drawn up, and as the situation worsens during that time, the government will have now adequate mechanism to evacuate the people from their flooded plains.
Chad, Morocco, Algeria, Mali and Niger are experiencing heavy rains, and scientists warn that African countries may have to pay more for the loss and damage every year because of a changing climate. Grace Kuriakanja, Africa Matters.
15 kilometers northwest of Jinja town is one of the country's most important sources of electricity and a key milestone in Uganda's journey toward reliable, affordable and renewable energy. Bujagali, a 250-megawatt run of river hydroelectric power station located on the Victoria Nile. Construction began in 2007 and the plant was officially commissioned in 2012. It consists of 5 turbine generator units, each producing 50 megawatts. Each unit's turbine efficiency is 94.7% and generator efficiency 98%. The power plant has a 30-meter deep gravity dam housing the power plant and embankment dams on either side of the gravity dam. The station has a 388-hectare reservoir with approximately 54 million cubic meters of water. The 250 megawatts plant currently contributes up to 31% of Uganda's effective energy capacity, setting a unique precedent for public-private partnerships in the region. Bujagali is owned and operated by Bujagali Energy Limited, a public-private partnership established under a build, own, operate, transfer arrangement with a 30-year concession period. Bujagali Energy Limited is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the power station, ensuring optimal performance, reliability, and safety of all generating units and auxiliary systems. The shareholders of Bujagali Energy Limited are SN Power Invest Netherlands BV, Bujagali Holdings Power Company Limited and the Government of Uganda. The company manages the plant under a robust asset management framework focused on reliability-centered maintenance, continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of assets. Guided by its vision to be the benchmark in hydropower generation, Bujagali Energy Limited strives to uphold excellence, innovation, safety and environmental stewardship in every aspect of its operations. Since its commissioning, Bujagali has played a vital role in stabilizing Uganda's electricity supply. It has helped reduce nationwide power shortages, supported industrial growth and improved access to electricity for homes and businesses. Beyond electricity generation, the project has had positive social and economic effects on nearby communities. It created thousands of jobs during construction and continues to provide local employment and community development initiatives through corporate social responsibility. Along the Victoria Nile, Bujagali stands as more than just a power station. It is a testament to what is possible through partnership and a clear vision for the future. By providing reliable, clean energy, it is not only powering the nation's grid but also fueling its growth, its industry and the aspirations of its people. Bujagali, powering Uganda's progress, today and for generations to come.
Just hours after Bono State residents had been placed on high alert, thousands of people were caught up in the floods when Nigeria's Alau Dam burst its banks. The state governor says about 40% of the city is now underwater.
I told my husband that we should leave with our children, but he said it wouldn't reach us.
Our video team.
Before we knew it, the water had covered our house.
Thank you so much also to our online audience for allowing us have a tea break. We are getting back to the program. If you're still having your tea, it is well. We shall just have a working breakfast for the interest of time because of the many things that we need to cover on the program. I continue to welcome our participants that have just come through. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. Thank you so much for coming through for this workshop, Emergency Preparedness and Response Sensitization Workshop. Thank you, the Bell team, for coming through. Thank you, EGCL, for coming through. Bugoye HPP, thank you so much. MOOC, I'm told the Civil Department is in the house. Thank you so much for coming through. Hydromax Limited, thank you. Muvumbe HPP, thank you for coming through. The Office of the Prime Minister, thank you for coming through. PA Technical Services, we appreciate your presence. Ape Limited, thank you. Chikagati HPP, Buckley Energy, DWRM, thank you so much for coming through. And Francis has already given context and perspective about the EPRP of Bujagali, but more details are in the QR code on your table for the people in-house. If you scan it, it will give you more details that you are interested in for purposes of your benefit. It will give you the actual EPRP download link or registration form. On registration, I will request, if you have not registered at the entrance, please spare a minute and register. It is important for accountability purposes. But also on that QR code that you'll scan, you'll also be able to find the feedback form. Make sure you give us that feedback before you leave the workshop, but also the program that we are trying to follow, so you see what is coming on next. All the presentation that we are having, if they speak questions than answers, I request that you shall write all those questions down, and time allowing, we shall be able to go through them, and then we can be able to be on the same pages. Emergency is really, emergency preparedness is wide. For now, we are dealing with complex infrastructure, but even on a personal level, and homes and everyone else. A story was told of this young couple that was having their good time. They were staying in their single room, and in the deep night hours, 3 a.m., they just sensed someone was at their door. And the man in the house told the wife, as if someone is on the door, can you check? The wife was like, no, you always try to put it in my face that you're the man in the house, so therefore it's you to check. But I think this man was not prepared for that emergency. And you know, with the single rooms, especially in this part of the country, you have all your net worth at your 360. You're seeing your fridge, you're seeing your TV. Your net worth is all before you. The economy in your house is all before you. And there's also something interesting about security under the bed. I don't know who taught that theory, but we all feel under the bed is the most safe place. So before long, this couple found themselves under the bed, and the intruders also got into the room. So as they were saying, their properties being ferried out, they are sort of doing like stock taking, like the TV now is gone. I think now they are coming for the refrigerator. So they took all the properties in the house, and they were left with an empty single room, simply because no one wanted to take responsibility in an event of an emergency. So as we are discussing emergency preparedness in some of these complex infrastructure, it is also important to note that it cuts across. So we want to be people that are known for being in charge and taking responsibility in emergency situations. And at this point, our next topic of discussion or presentation is about discussing roles and responsibilities in emergency and communication protocols. Francis talked about some of them. Engineer Dominic also hinted on some of them. So we need to know, is it time to hide under the bed, or it is time to really step out and handle some responsibilities? And this discussion or presentation will be held by none other than Mr. Albert Chigundu, who is the dam safety specialist at Bujagali Energy Limited. So ladies and gentlemen, will you put your hands together and receive with me Mr. Albert Chigundu, the dam safety specialist, Bujagali Energy Limited. Albert, you're welcome.
I hope I'm not under the bed. All protocols observed. Good morning to you all. I'm happy to see you. I'm by names of Albert Chigund. I work as a dam safety specialist at Bujagali Hydropower Station. Today I'm here to discuss about roles and responsibilities and communication protocols in regard of emergency preparedness. And also I would somehow dive deep and discuss about how are threats classified and how are they related to different levels of response. The main objective of this session, we are going to run about threat identification and classification process. We're also going to revise because the previous speakers have detailed more about the roles and responsibilities in regard to emergency response. We're also going to dive deep into communication protocols. How does communication flow from one level to another in regards to response to the emergency, which is the dam break? Then we shall also see how do we terminate and go into the recovery process so that we go back into normal operations, and also the people who are displaced can go back into their homes. The threat identification and classification process. Normally it begins with the dam owners, the people who run the plants, the people who are in the cascade, because they do conduct surveillance and monitoring of the structures. So they have the ability and they are responsible to know the status and the structural health of the structures they are running. So in the case a potential threat is identified, it may be at Bujagali itself, it may be from the upstream dams, or the downstream. So when the threat is identified, it is always communicated to the emergency coordinator at Bujagali, who is in this place the asset manager. He's the emergency coordinator. Together, him and the team at the plant, the surveillance team, the operation teams, they collect information about the threat they have got. It may be from the upstream dam, giving them alert. It may be from the security, or it may be from the local community themselves. So everyone has a responsibility to communicate to Bujagali if there is any possible threat towards the dam. Normally, communication to asset manager or to the plant is through the control room. And in case the asset manager said earlier that a threat can happen anytime, Christmas, at night, but at the plant normally there are those representatives who are called shift leaders who stand in for the asset manager to take on the roles of emergency coordinator in case is absent. So sufficient information is collected, and if it's sufficient enough to classify the threat, we go on to confirm it. And if it's not sufficient enough, we may go on to do more surveillance or do more investigations. So in the event that it's classified, it's a dam threat, it can be classified to different levels depending on the consequences that can result from it. It may be a dam safety incident in level 1, where, in other words, there's no threat confirmed. Maybe alarms came on. Maybe it was a false alert from a different individual after the investigation. That means it ends within Bujagali. It is classified as level 0, and reports will be generated, and the case will be closed. But in the event that the classification, it goes to level 1, 2, and 3. Level 1, it's the internal event. It means the threat that has been identified can be monitored and acted upon within the internal team, and it may not result into anything that requires to involve other stakeholders. Level 2, the threat may be there, and there is chance for the team on site to save the dam, so they will follow that level. But in the event of level 3, that means the dam is already in process of giving way to the uncontrolled flow of water. That means the only role left for us is to save the people. So we go on to involve the required stakeholders that are going to pay that role. So in general, the process for identifying and classifying the threats starts within. It may be from outside, it may be a bomb alert, It may be a flood incident from upstream. It may be a dam break from upstream. So all that information is gathered and used to classify. Now we are going to go deep into the roles. All this has been said by previous speakers, but I'll try to demonstrate what do different agencies do at different levels. The roles of Uganda Police in the case of emergency. Normally, Uganda Police is involved in level 1, 2, and 3. In level 1, a threat is identified at the plant, and the police is being communicated to be on standby as investigations are going on. Once the investigations are going on and the threat can be managed or it can be monitored, it may be something not very big, the police is communicated to not continue with standby and they demobilize. But in the event that it involves saving the dam, that the threat is too big, maybe we have internal seepage, or we have a problem with the embankment structure. You know, dam failures progress with time. It's not something that just happened. Then the police in level 2, they go on to mobilize. Level 1, they be on standby. Level 2, now they mobilize resources to be able, waiting for more instructions from Bell, whether to go to start evacuations. So in level 3, that's when they come in to do evacuations. That's when we have a dam failure and our responsibility to save the people. The asset manager, who is the emergency coordinator, is required to go on to communicate to the stakeholder, the first one, who is the police, to do the necessary requirement to do evacuations. The police still shares and leads the district emergency coordination centers. Now the coordination centers are created in level 3 where people are to be saved. On different regions, they may be as many as possible depending on the requirements. They are shared by and led by the DPCs. The police can also mobilize marine for river-based evacuation in case there is need to do evacuation of people. Maybe some people are carried away by water. The police can also go on and do the mobilization. And the police is also required to cordon off various locations that will pose danger to different individuals in the communities in the downstream part of the dam. And the police also has a role to coordinate the local LOCs to carry on more information to the communities. When do we have the UPDF come in play? The UPDF is there to offer support and help into evacuation, also coordinating off and keeping law and order during evacuations and dam failures. So the UPDF come in to assist. Normally the UPDF in our plan or normally in action is called upon by the DPCs. Now it's always the police to call the UPDF to come in. So the UPDF roles involve also to secure areas and also to secure critical infrastructures. Remember, downstream of Bujagari, there are recreation centers. Any dam has recreation centers downstream of it. There are falls where people go to have fun. For example, there is Busoko Falls, Itanda Falls. There are always so many functions that happen at different time of the day. So the Marine and the Army come in to secure those locations so that people don't access them in case of a likely event. And the Army also supposed to respond to a guidance from NECO, NECO being the national coordinator of all emergencies. And what are the responsibilities of the Office of the Prime Minister and NECO? The Office of Prime Minister and the Minister of Relief and Disaster, they are the ones that declare a national emergency in case it is required. And most of that happens under level 3. And they may also mobilize resources to assist the affected people. Remember, Bujagali's scope stops with the dam, but how people are managed and catered for is now the government. That's when the office of the Prime Minister comes in. People are displaced. They need where to sleep. They need food. They need all those basic needs. Now the office of Prime Minister comes in to do all that part, to cover it up. And what does NECO come in to do? NECO is the National Emergency Coordinator, and NECO has a hotline where it can be reached in the case of any emergency that requires it. And in any likelihood of event, NECO is contacted by the police themselves. And NECO is there to take on the coordination in the case of level 3, because now it will be a national emergency. So NECO has to work with police and also work with BEAR and all people in the cascade, because the dam break in the cascade will affect all of us, the operators. And NECO has to work with us, and we have to follow guidance from it. As we also keep on feeding information as we monitor movements and how the structures are behaving. And also, NECO will guide what we call district disaster committees, which committees are headed by the chief administrative officers at every district. For the case of Bujagari, we have Jinja district, we have Buyikwe district, and also we have Kamori district. So all those districts are affected in the case of a dam break at Bujagari. So the district disaster committees will be activated in the case of level 3, and they will have a role to play, and they will work under the guidance of NECO. So, as I said earlier, the district disaster committees are always shared by the CAL, who coordinate the local emergencies responses through local leaders to transfer information to all people involved, and also ensure that the community disaster preparedness, they have committees and also have resources to come in to assist. And they always work under NECO. So in other words, for a national disaster declared that NECO is managing, it will be in control and give guidance to all the stakeholders involved. But what will be the responsibilities for the public? Because everyone has a role to play. The public will always stay informed through the police to have a streamlined information, also to avoid information which is not true. They always get information from the police or from the CAL. And the public is expected to follow instructions given by the leaders or the people who are guiding the evacuations. And the public is supposed also to follow the evacuation routes. Now, what I mean by that, when we are preparing the emergency preparedness plan, we have what we call inundation maps. We have tried to improve them and include centers where people can go, the high-rise levels where people can go in case of floods. So with the evacuation routes on our maps that people can follow, and we keep on educating them about it in the case they get information that there's anything happening at Bujagari and may result into level 3 response. But we still have other people, the key players in the generation sector, who are other developers and operators upstream and downstream. That is UGCL, and also have the grid operator with UTCL. All these stakeholders have a role to play in the case of emergency. So in the case of emergency, maybe upstream, that which is Naruba, Chira, or at Bujagari, we expect all in the cascade to activate their emergency preparedness plan. Because these plans, they stretch to different locations. For the sake of Bujagari, the plan stretches from downstream of Bujagari to upstream of Isimba. And for the sake of Naruba, Chira, it stretches from Chira to downstream of Bujagari. So those plans have to coordinate in the case of emergency. They all activated to save the 3 dams in the cascade. And they are supposed to maintain a constant communication about their flaws and the structural abilities or changes in all the dams. And where do we have UTCL? UTCL is the dispatcher. So in the case we have a dam break or we have signs that we may have floods, UTCL can help into dispatching plants according to need to manage flows. And also UTCL can help to transfer information within the failed plants in case there is loss of communication between two of them. So UTCL has a bigger role to play in case of all the three levels. Then the dam owner. Before the emergency, during and after, the dam owner will still do surveillance and monitor the structure. Because whatever he monitors and see, he has to report about them on a daily basis and hour to hour to feed the decision makers. And as we have seen, that is the person who identifies and classifies the threat to pick a proper response. It's still his role. And he's supposed to notify the stakeholders. But he has other actions he can take in case maybe there is a dam break upstream. He can do a reservoir drawdown, reducing the reservoir level so that he can create a buffer to absorb the impact from upstream. He can maintain the operations where possible. In the case of level 1, level 2, level 3, it's about saving people. Everyone has to evacuate the power facility. As we are closing this section for roles and responsibility, there are key principles we can remind ourselves of. The dam operators, their main role is to manage the dam, while the government agencies, which include the police, the army, NECO, their major role is to manage the people. They will classify, stabilize the dam where possible, and inform stakeholders. But if all fails, then government has to come into evacuation processes to ensure public safety following the plans the dam owners put in place. And they do coordination of the disaster management. Communication protocols. How does information flow from one stakeholder to another in different levels of emergency? So the flow of information, as we've seen earlier on, starts with the threat identification, and it will go to the emergency coordinator at the different power stations. They will classify and notify the required stakeholders. So in the case of level 1, how does the flow, who is informed first and when? So when the threat is identified, classified, the first person, the asset manager or the emergency coordinator should inform is the police and tell him be on standby as you're observing and analyzing the threat. Then the police, represented by the divisional police commanders, they'll go on to inform the regional police commanders if necessary. And bear with other stakeholders in the cascade, they'll keep constant communication to manage flows, as also investigating the threat, and as they are to give a report and conclude on it. It's not moving. Okay. So in the case of level 2, still the same process we saw earlier. The threat is classified, the police is informed, the police go on to be on standby, but the police has to communicate to NECO first, then police will also communicate to the CAO and involve the disaster management committees who start handling the situation. But in this particular level, it will be the asset manager for Bujagari managing the situation. And in the case of level 3 is a national emergency. It is managed by NECO. And NECO works hand in hand with the police. They work hand in hand with the army. And they work hand in hand with the local leaders to save life. And evacuations will be implemented. Excuse me. Let me go straight to, in the interest of time, I'm giving more 5 minutes. Let me go to the last part, which is event termination and recovery. So after the emergency has happened, in different levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, how do you terminate the situation and how do you go into recovery and go back to normal operations, and also people can go back where in their residential areas? I'll go straight to level 2 and 3 to explain how we go back to normal operations. So the National Incident Coordinator, who will be NECO in this case, is the one to declare end of emergency and is the one to inform all the dam operators to go back to normal operations, and the one to inform the police, the UPDF, and the local community leaders who are the LOC chairmen to pass on information to the residences to go back into their residential areas. So what happened is that during the termination, assessments are done, reports are generated, and to make sure that the threat has come to an end, the floods are being controlled. Whether the dams are washed away or not, we have normal flow now, and people can go back to normal life. That role is played by NECO. And NECO works in hand with all stakeholders to make sure everything is under one flow of information. What are the key takeaways? We have seen that the dam operator is the one to take a lead in case of an emergency, and the police will lead evacuations. UPDF will support and offer security where required, and NECO will be the national coordinator in case of level 1 and level 2 and 3. And we know that this can only happen if there is clear communication. Without clear communication, lives lost in this presentation. I will say that the dam break emergency preparedness plan is only effective when all stakeholders know their roles and responsibilities. That's the only way. Roles and responsibilities. That's the only way.
An experience with one of those incidents. On one day, we were dealing with a national power blackout, and where all the generators shut down. And if you're new in that environment, you might think something has terribly gone wrong because of the sounds and the machines stopping. So on that day, we had this interesting person that had visited the team, and she's responsible for sanitation and hygiene. So she rarely interacts with the powerhouse and the technical wing. She normally does the administration things. So chaos was going on, generators were shutting down, and people were running all around, and she thought something was wrong. So they found her stuck and confused in the corridors. So as the operators were moving around to make sure everything is okay, they noticed she was stranded. So one of the operators walked to her and said, "It is well, just calm down." Repeated a statement, "It is well, just calm down." So the guy wearing from the first floor, ground floor, the operator trying to make sure the thing is okay, went to -1, went to -2, went to -3. As he had reached -3, he noticed someone was following him. So he turned back, and it was Teopista, not her real name. So he turned and said, "Teopista, what are you doing here?" And the girl innocently answered, "You told me to calm down. So when you told me to calm down, I came down following you." So the operator had to explain that, no, I was meaning that you relax so that we continue with the system going on well without anyone being stranded. So Teopista was like, "Okay, since I've already calmed down, let me calm down." So communication is important, and it should be clear and concise so that everyone picks the meaning. We don't want people coming down instead of coming down. Another big round of applause for Albert for that detailed presentation. So Albert has given the roles and duties and responsibilities. Francis had given the overall perspective. And Engineer Dominic also talked about a pillar of trainings and simulation of drills. So in the recent past, we did one dam break drill, and the findings are interesting and relevant for this discussion or for this workshop. So our next presentation is going to be about the results of the dam break drill that we did. And this presentation will be done by none other than Mr. Ishmael Agaba, who is the Operations Delivery Manager, Bujagali Energy Limited. Ishmael, you're so much welcome.
Protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, my name is Agaba Ismail, as Tyson has introduced me. And I'll be presenting about the recent drill that we did about dam break. This drill was conducted in 2024, and there are very many actions that were generated from the findings. So we are going to be going through the methodology and what we found out and what we recommended to be done and what has actually been done so far. So the date was 6 June 2024 at 11 a.m. That's the time of the execution of the drill. Prior to the drill, we had done planning that I'm going to stipulate more in the slides. The drill was to be the event that we are testing was to be triggered by our early warning system that is situated at Kira. Our asset manager, Mr. Francis Mwanji, has talked about it, but I'll give a few highlights about how that system works. We have piezoelectric sensors in transducers at the terrace of Kira. They are connected to controllers, and they keep showing us the amount of the level. The level can also tell you the amount of water that is coming downstream. So we set an alarm level such that if the water reaches that level, then we know that this is an abnormal release, and this triggers our system to operate. The systems that operate are radio gates. They go into joint mode and they open to reduce the water to the minimum amount of, to the minimum level, preparing for that large amount of water that may be coming from upstream. So when the alarm comes, it remains on SCADA and the gates remain in joint mode and opening to maintain the water level. If it goes far below, then they'll try to adjust it so the water will remain in a certain range that we calculated and configured the system to be giving us. The emergency that was simulated was a level response 2 that Mr. Chigundu has highlighted about. What we expect from our operators and our emergency coordinators is this response level 2, you notify, you confirm the dam upstream, because it's the one that is releasing the water, to confirm if there is a problem. A problem could be failure of the gates. Maybe the gates have failed to close and you're actually sending in much amount of water. Or it could be a failure. Or it could be a landslide in our reservoir that closed our reservoir that the landslide has. A landslide wouldn't trigger this alarm. But what could cause the a high amount of water coming would be maybe you have a landslide in the reserve. So here you'd expect to confirm, call the control room upstream and find out what is exactly happening. Call police to tell them that actually you are anticipating an emergency because your system is telling you that there is a high amount of water that is coming. Then the operator lead who is in charge of the control room, even now as we are here, there is an operator lead at Bujagali that is in charge of the system as the asset manager and all the other responsible managers are here, is supposed to initiate evacuation. Then you wait for confirmation from upstream that actually it was not an emergency or it is an emergency, and if they say it's an emergency, then you escalate it to level 3 response. The DPCs that I talked about, we have areas surrounding us, that is Buwenge, Kamuri, Jinja, and Njeru. You notify them, the operator lead notifies them, and that's where he stops. Then for them, they escalate to the respective responsible people that Albert has talked about. For emergency response 2, we are just put them on standby, and they wait for communication from you, either escalating it to level 3, or you leave it at level 2. So the purpose of the drill was to test the effectiveness of our EPRP. We have a plan, we've designed a plan, but we want to see are there gaps in this plan. So how do you find out those gaps? You simulate an emergency and you see what you stipulated if it actually covers you in case of an emergency. It was also to assess the preparedness of Bear to handle an emergency of that kind. You may have a procedure, yes, everything is okay in the procedure, but when an emergency happens, everyone is doing whatever they feel like doing. People may actually just run away and they leave the dam. So we want to see if the actual emergency happened, would our people who we have entrusted to run the plant, are they going to respond appropriately as stipulated in the procedure? Then we're also to evaluate the stakeholder, most of you who are here, to see if you know actually what you are supposed to be doing. The scope, as I said, it was a level 2 response. It focused on internal competencies of the people who are given different roles to play, and to see if they are able to play these roles, or if there are gaps, then we are able to address the gaps. What were the exclusions from this? It was, we didn't want it to escalate into an issue of a national issue, so we had to have confines where we needed it to stop. So it was, the downstream dam, which is Isimba, was not supposed to take any action. And in the preparation, we sent them letters telling them that you are going to receive this information, but please confirm receipt and don't take any other action. The national disaster committees, these were not supposed to be informed because we had just put the police on standby. In the communication you give the police, you tell them, be on standby, I'm going to give you more information. And that's what we did. And the recovery plans, that was out of the scope. So the key focus areas was threat detection. How do you get the threat? How do you detect the threat by our flooding system? Is it working, or we just spent our money and it is just there, not doing what it's supposed to be doing? Then threats, validation and classification. The people that we have in the control room, when they get the threat, are they going to classify it the way it's supposed to classify, the way it's supposed to be classified? Internal coordination and emergency declaration. When our asset manager is around at the plant, the operator lead who is in charge for now, like the way the asset manager is not at the plant, is supposed to call him to come and he declares the emergency. However, before he comes, the operator lead can go on to declare emergency until the asset manager comes and takes over. Then evacuation, you trigger evacuation. We have alarm systems in the plant. You trigger for people to evacuate because it's a level 2 emergency, and that is the protocol. Evacuate, then when they confirm and they say actually it was not an emergency, then everything goes to normal. It would be a problem if you didn't evacuate and actually then after they tell you that it was an actual emergency, then you find that you've lost time, and time is an essence in case of these emergencies. Then coordination of the stakeholders. When I call the upstream plants, how is the information reaching? Are we getting feedback? Are the contacts going through? We needed to know how coordinated are we to handle such emergencies. Then termination. After testing all those, you are supposed to terminate and go back to normal. The deliverables were our operator lead in the control room to actually get that threat, and he classifies it and declares an emergency. Alertness of the stakeholders. When we call police, are they alert? Are they ready? And then gap assessment, as I already mentioned, that we have a procedure, but we wanted to know that this procedure that we spent a lot of money to design, is it actually serving the purpose? So, on the planning phase, we engaged the different stakeholders. Some of you, I see you here in a meeting that we discussed what could go wrong. It's a drill, but we didn't want it to escalate into a situation, what could go wrong. And they gave us feedback, which feedback we incorporated into the drill, into the execution of the drill. We sent out notification letters to all the stakeholders. Then we triggered the alarm from Chira, which is at the terrace of Chira. We forced the signal so that it tells the operators that there is an event. The operators were not aware, so as the planning people, we sent that signal to force the signal so that everything happens as if you have an actual occurrences. Observers were stationed at different locations to see, is everyone taking the action they are supposed to be taking, and what time are they taking to actually take action. Then our division police commanders were not informed because we wanted to know, one, are they alert and are they aware of what they are supposed to be doing. The participants were, most of them were Bell team. Internal planning, it was led by me, assisted by the team that me and the asset manager had elected. And the observers were led by the dam safety specialist and our safety officer. And the target group were the coordinators, our internal teams, police force, and the Nile Cascade plants. What that is, Narubare, Chira, and Isimba. What were the risks that we envision that we are going to face in the planning in the planning and execution of this drill? One was information leak. Maybe the operator lead in control room finds out that there is a drill that is being planned, and when the actual alarm comes, he tells the people he's working with that it is a drill. So you wouldn't expect a person to be responding when he knows that you're actually simulating something the way they are supposed to respond. And that would lead to loss of momentum. Then absence of targeted members. For example, if there are people, maybe you call the external stakeholders that you had anticipated to call and they are not responding, or maybe the asset manager is not available, you are supposed to escalate and is not available. So absence of any members that we are targeting, that was a risk. And another risk would be the drill escalating into a real emergency. You plan the drill and then you are on any TV and probably CNN and they are telling you that the dam has broken down. And considering that we had planned a dam break at the upstream, then it would be an issue for us, I think, would be in court up to now from Naruba. So we didn't want it to escalate into a real situation. Then, from the time we had the meeting and the execution, there was a possibility that maybe a real event would happen, and people, since you had communicated that you are going to have a drill, they would take it as a drill. That was a risk that we communicated to people to ensure that in case any event happens before the date and time that I've talked about, you treat it as an actual occurrence. So that was planning. Now, these are the things that we found out after the execution of the drill. Our surveillance system at Chira was working as expected. When we forced the signal, an alarm came on SCADA, and it put our gates into joint mode, and the gates opened to the level that we expect it to be opening to. The operator lead that was in control room at that time treated it as a false alarm. He looked at it, then we have a system that actually gives you a reading of the value that you're having at the tail race. So the reading was normal according to him, but he had an alarm. So he thought that this was a false alarm, which was wrong. What if where you are reading, the system had frozen or there was an issue? When you get an issue, before you say it's a false alarm, first respond. Then if it's a false alarm, it is okay. But if you don't respond and we find that it was an actual occurrence, then I don't know if you'll end up in prison or, but it would be a bad, it would be disastrous. So if an emergency happens, whether you think it's a drill or it's a simulation, we expected you to act before you confirm. And you as a person, as an operator, you may not be in position to confirm and unless you have viable information that it is, that the situation is normal. Then failure to establish contact, there is communication, and communication maybe if we fail to, we failed to communicate, we failed to establish contact with some of the cascade operators. Some contacts known to by the operator leads were not reachable. Then the grid operator was successfully informed through a hotline. We have a hotline that connects with the grid operator, who in turn informed the Nile cascade plants. Findings 2 on threat classification and communication. The operator lead delayed to classify the emergency. The emergency coordinator, when he came, he took over from the operator lead and declared level 2 emergency. One thing that I didn't talk about, our flooding system, when it detects a problem, it also sends text messages to me, the general manager, the asset manager, and the maintenance manager. So the asset manager, when he received the message, is also supposed to verify from the control room what is happening. So since he was on the site, he was able to come and see what was happening in the control room. Then the upstream contacts, the upstream plant's control room was unreachable. Then on the DPC side, we are able to contact the DPC in Jeru. However, the Buwenge, Jinja, and Kamri contacts were unreachable. And this made us lose a lot of time, because imagine you're trying to reach the upstream plant and you're not getting feedback. Then you are trying to look for another number. Then you are trying to say, maybe let me call the operations manager. That is loss of time. So these are all findings that we found. Same as the DPCs, you are trying to call the DPC Jinja, but the contact is not going through. Then you try to look for alternative contacts. This made us lose a lot of time. On emergency response and evacuation, we have a PA system at Bujagali where, one, when you have an issue, you announce and you say, please evacuate. And we found out that people working in certain areas are not able to hear that communication when it is made. We also have a fire system which you can actually manually trigger, and it initiates horns. And we also still found out that there are some places in the power plant, like the draft tube, where people are not able to hear that alarm. The control building and powerhouse took 9 minutes to the people in control building and powerhouse took about 9 minutes to evacuate. That was another finding. Some contractors continued working. Some were working in the draft tube, others were working around the spillways. Then at our plant, when you come in, we have a badge system where you leave your ID and pick a badge that gives you access to the power plant. Or if you don't have that, you sign in the book. But we found out that actually people had not been using that system. So when people came to the emergency assembly points, you are not able to validate who is in the plant and who is outside the plant, because they had not done the exchange. In the normal way, you'd expect that all the IDs that you have at the ID badge assembly point, all those people are in the plant. But if you don't exchange, that means that probably you are not accountable. So we could leave you in the plant and not rescue you because of that. And that was a gap that we found internally. Then the spillway gates were responding well. When the alarm came on SCADA, the gates, after 10 minutes, the gates opened and regulated the water as expected. On the external stakeholders, I've already talked about this, that the DPCs were unreachable. its own Renjeru that responded, and they responded by calling. We have a police post at the station. She responded by calling and sending the OC to see what is happening at Bujagali. Then we hadn't informed the media, but the media contacted us. This was a positive, that even though we hadn't informed them, the information had already gotten out. So in case it was a real occurrence, then probably the people downstream were going to hear the news on radio and TV, and probably they would be able to evacuate. UETCL was informed on the hotline. However, it seemed not to have a plan, a response plan of how it's going to coordinate generation and spilling of water across the cascade. In this emergency, I would expect that when the grid operator who controls our generation receives this message, then he sees, do I need to maximize Bujagali so that I discharge all the water that is incoming in? Do I need to reduce generation at upstream, Narubara and Kira, such that the water that is coming to Bujagali is reduced? So in our findings, we found that probably this could be a gap. We are trying to engage them to see how we can close that one. Then summary of key observations. The surveillance system is okay. We had weak communication with our stakeholders. The public address system was insufficient, and some stakeholders had no awareness. And that's why we are here, to create awareness in our stakeholders to know what role are you expected to be playing in case we have an emergency at our station. As Engineer Muchungu said, that an emergency at our site affects the plant downstream. So we shouldn't look at us and say this is a problem of Jagari. Because if a problem at Jagari is not well handled, then it could be a disaster at your side. After the findings, we came up with recommendations, and one of the recommendations was to train staff on threat detection and classification. As I earlier said, the operator looked at it and said, yes, I have an alarm, but the system is telling me that there is no problem, and he hesitated. So we trained our operators to, on these levels, when you get an alarm, what steps are you supposed to be taking? Improve alarm coverage. As I said, in the plant, we found out that some places are not reachable with the public address system and alarm system. So one of the recommendations internally was to look at all those places and ensure that everyone who enters Bujagari power plant and there is an alarm is able to hear, regardless of their location. Then update the registers, IDs, and badge system at the gate. Yeah, this was another recommendation. Then update the contact lists, because we found out that actually there is a contact that we called, a DPC, and he said, oh, I was transferred and I'm now in Mbari. Please call this number. So we reduced on the duration that we take to update these contacts. Every 6 months, an operator is supposed to call the contacts that we have on the emergency list and validate that actually this contact is for this person who is supposed to respond to an emergency at Bujagai. Then recommendations for external stakeholders: organize sensitization workshops. And we are here, we have eaten a good breakfast, and we are going to also eat lunch because of sensitizing you. Yeah, so Albert has presented and talked about our expectations according to the procedure, and that's why we are here. Then UETCL to coordinate contingency plans for cascade-wide response. This was a recommendation, and this is our expectations as Bujagari. We expect that when UETCL gets information that we are facing a problem, or we have detected a failure upstream, or we anticipate a lot of water to be coming from upstream, then they should try to maximize our generation, probably reduce generation upstream, and see how they coordinate other plants. If they don't have a plan in place, then they are going to receive information, and the small errors may cause the catastrophes that we may get. These are low probability but high impact events. It may never happen, but in case it happens, then it would be very costly to the country, to the company, the shareholders, and to the communities. Then strengthen communication with stakeholders. Ensure that we do stakeholder engagement, communication, and collaboration. This drill was conducted in 2024, and some of you may ask that, since then, what have we done, or what has been done by the different parties, because it's a long time ago, over a year. ERA approved the budget to install a hotline that connects all power plants. Now at Bujagala, an operator is able to call directly to Isimba on a hotline. The time we conducted this drill, it was a mobile phone, which we found out that was unreliable. So this was a positive step towards strengthening our preparedness. A new public address system is under procurement. We are trying to buy a new public address system. And the points where the fire alarms couldn't reach, we have extended horns into those areas. Community sensitization has been done. This is not the first sensitization that we have done. We have been doing sensitizations in the communities around Bujagari, telling them that when you get an alarm, when you open our gates, we have a siren. Those ones who operate power plants or probably have ever come to Bujagari, you know what a siren does. It sounds. So when it sounds, we expect people who could be in the water to evacuate. But people still encroach on the waters. So we sensitize them to ensure that, please, we are sending a lot of water and this could be dangerous to you. In case you hear an alarm, make sure that you are far away from the dam as possible. You are as far away from the dam as possible. Stakeholder sensitization is ongoing. We are here. Then emergency contact lists keep being updated. In conclusion, us as BEL, we found out that our systems are in place to handle a response of a dam break or high discharges of water coming from upstream. And addressing these other gaps to do with the stakeholders that we found out will enhance our preparedness to deal with emergencies as power plant operators along the cascade. And this will improve our resilience and lower the risk to as reasonably as low as reasonably possible. I thought I was still speaking, but this marks the end. And we are the benchmark for hydrogeneration, and we continue looking forward to being the benchmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Agaba Ishmael. Another big round of applause for Operations Delivery Manager. He's my boss and supervisor, so you know I'm in good hands. He handles us well. He said that one of the risks was creating an emergency out of the drill. And that is very true. When these things that pertain communication, it is important that they are handled with care. At one point, someone had identified a snake in one of the sections, so brought the communication to be passed on. So, you know how people be with snakes. So this guy got on the pier and was like, guys, there is a snake. Then he forgot where they told him the snake was. So he left the pier to ask, you said where? By the time he came back to finish the announcement, all the female colleagues had collapsed. We were now dealing with first aid emergencies. It was a hard one to deal with. So when it comes to communication and passing on, you might just create an emergency out of a drill. So it was important to stress all those areas that key, even when simulating these drills. So ladies and gentlemen, now we have spoken about Bujagari Energy Limited emergency preparedness. We need now to hear a different perspective of how other places and other stakeholders handle when it comes to emergency preparedness. The speakers have been highlighting a few stakeholders that we work hand in hand, like the UPDF, the OPM, UEGCL, and other stakeholders, Electricity Regulatory Authority. So we want to have a perspective of how that is going to be handled. And at this time, you will allow me invite someone that needs no introduction, someone that you know and is an excellent man when it comes to some of these orientations when it comes to modulation of panels and modulation of discussions. He's a man that needs no introduction, and all of you know him very well because of his excellency and efficiency that I'm dealing with this afternoon. So friends, allow me request you to put your hands together and receive with me Mr. Simon Kasiate to come and do as well. Yes, until he comes, please. He needs to feel loved because of his excellence in these things. Mr. Simon, you're welcome.
Tyson, from this very flowery introduction, you simply have set me up for an emergency I don't think I was prepared for. And so I do not know whether I will match up to the task, but we'll try and see, because coming forward to moderate a panel a few minutes before lunchtime, and you know lunchtime here is 1 o'clock, so if you look at your clock, it's a few minutes to 1 o'clock, and you're not discussing a very interesting subject in the sense that it creates jokes rather than creating some fear and anxiety. This, for me, is already an emergency, and I hope that together we are prepared for it. Going with the tradition of how Tyson has been ice-breaking, there was a situation in the North Sea where American naval operators had a challenge, and I think they were beginning to sink. And so they quickly had to ring the German Coast Guard and ask them for help and assistance out of that emergency. And so the American guy goes on the radio and said, "Mayday, mayday, we are sinking, mayday, we are sinking." And the Germans, and you know how they pronounce their words, the German guy was concerned and replied and said, "You are sinking? What are you sinking about?" Because to them, it's not thinking, they had thinking, and the others were sinking. So in line with communication, you have to be very aware of how the other person receives the communication you give and how they pronounce certain words. That said, I have an eminent panel of 5 personalities who are going to have a conversation with us regarding strengthening emergency preparedness and response. Now, I've been listening in here, and frankly, my takeaway is that we are a good, nice communion of saints, and we are reciting the Apostles' Creed to each other. But there are out there millions of sinners who have no idea about the gospel that we are preaching, and yet it affects them. So I am going to request my panelists that when you come in here, be cognizant of the fact that whereas in here are your fellow engineers and you speak your usual ones and zeros and the language you understand only within yourselves, be cognizant of the fact that there will be millions of sinners out there who want you to speak in a simpler language for them to understand, because when water comes down running and breaking everything in its way, it doesn't come speaking preparedness and all these hard words you've been speaking. It just says run for dear life. And so in no particular order, kindly allow me to invite my panelists. Albert Kasabo from the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Are you in the room? I hope you're going to be making the presentation a little quicker than you are moving to the stage. Then I have Engineer Ann Gita, the head of Civil at Naruba and Kira hydropower stations, representing UEGCL. So Ann comes in from the oldest hydropower plant on the River Nile, which gladly is in our backyard in Jinja, and I am sure, considering that they have been in operation for over 50 years and have never broken the dam, they know something about strengthening emergency preparedness and response. Dr. Emmanuel Tumwesije, you are a lecturer of civil and environmental engineering from Makerere University. I love your speed. I also have Engineer David Cheptoik, Senior Waters Officer from the Directorate of Water Resources Management. Water, like electricity, we are told, is a great, great, great servant. But if handled badly, can be a terrible master. And that's why I think these are very important people to have. And finally, on my panel, coming from the Office of the Prime Minister, where we know that the Ministry of all these things to do with emergencies and Ebigwa Bitaraze, as we put in our local language, are domiciled, I have Emmanuel Okecho. So my brief is to moderate this panel. What I didn't get was to ask them what to say. But I know they have been properly prepped with regard to discussing how they strengthen emergency preparedness and the responses to which in their respective dockets. However, I think standing on the same conversations we had previously, let us pick one quotable quote. And I think this was made by the opening remarks that I had. They said, "The absence of disaster is not proof of safety." More like, put in our local, in our normal speak, I have heard many people say that the absence of war does not mean there is presence of peace. So you must always be working towards peace. So likewise, that we've not seen a dam break and we've not registered any disaster in the most recent time does not mean that we are safe. That said, considering, again, the gender balance on this table or the absence of it, I would want to go with Anne. Anne, you're operating from not just the oldest hydropower plant, but the one that is upmost, if I'm to use your language of upstream and then downstream. Upstream means closest to the source, if I'm right. And then downstream, I think now we are dealing with, if there's a dam somewhere towards the delta, there we are. So Anne, we have been told that when dams break, it becomes like a domino effect. In other words, it falls down like a pack of cards, meaning you are the one that holds the key to disaster at its best in all our operations, at least along the Nile. So over these years, you may, within a minute or two, share with us how you've managed to be able to hold it back through high and low waters. We've also heard that you also prepare for something they call a once-in-a-thousand-years flood. And I don't know whether that will come in our lifetime, but you also have been present there when a floating island showed up towards your dam, complete with the farmers digging and others harvesting their gardens, and you have to make sure it goes through. Let's take it away, Anne.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
I think I'll give you a handheld mic so that I don't have the emergency of having to deal with a broken neck after here.
Thank you very much for that those opening remarks. Maybe for starters, let me first correct you. Upstream means upstream of the power station. Okay, sorry. Do I say the right word? Okay, where the water is coming from to enter into the power plant. That is what they call the upstream side. And then your question is, all these years, how have we managed? One thing that is really very important, dam failures are very, very rare. But when they happen, they actually happen. And then one question I always ask myself, and I've always wondered, somehow it happens, somehow people are aware. But for certain reasons, somehow people die. Why? I don't know. Maybe the emergency preparedness is not good or what, I really don't know. Because even though you scan all around the world in the developed economies, the undeveloped economies, when there is a dam, there will be always information that it was going to happen. But somehow people will always die. So that is something we all need to think about and make sure we are never party to it in the unlikely event that it actually happens. So with Nalubale, and what we do is common to all hydropower plants because we all follow standards that have been set out, having observed a lot of these failures. One thing that we always carry out is a dam safety review. The reason we carry out a dam safety review is to confirm that our plant is still, it was designed in 1954, and several things have changed ever since the design. So you have to keep checking that the parameters at which it was designed against still hold. Because these days, so many things have changed. The rains, the waters, so many things have changed, which were not there in 1954. So that's one of the reasons we have to check. And then also, these days when they are designing a dam, they allow for a safe failure. Sometimes you can do everything and you realize that now it's out of control. There's nothing I can do. So you're like, okay, let it go. But how can it go where it leaves all my people behind and my environment and my, somehow there's a give and take. So that is what they call the safe failure in design, which we didn't have in 1954. All those things are just coming up. So now that we didn't have, we have to be more alert. In being more alert, apart from the dam safety review, there's instrumentation that is set within the plant. And all that instrumentation has alarm levels and alarm limits. We have staff, we are trained to be able to read those instrumentation, and then also to determine when the level is going out of hand. Just like they have mentioned, there are communication protocols. If the levels are going out of hand, I just don't communicate to everyone, because some people may just probably run out of the plant or do something that is really that may alarm everyone. Much as you may think that it's going out of hand, you still have to communicate to someone, and then you discuss and you see how you handle. Until you realize that now you have lost it, that's when now you begin communicating. Go through all those channels. And then one thing about the civil structures, you have to be sharp and alert at your game. Very proactive. If you're not proactive, the problem with the structure, the moment it starts to fail, whatever you do, even though you give me $1 billion, there's nothing I can do. I just have to accept and give it way and allow the dam to fail. But that's not, we don't want to get there. So we have to be more proactive. These days, there's a lot of new ways in which the monitoring is being done. They are automated. They're doing a lot. We're doing a lot of modeling, so that you can understand. You can be able to predict instead of interpret. Previously, we're doing a lot of interpretation, but interpretation is in the past, because that is data that you collected maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, and now you're reviewing what happened within those times. But that is too late. So now you should be able to predict and understand, what does a unit of rainfall mean to the risk of the dam. So now you have to do all that so that you're able to catch the problem before it actually arises. If you do that, at least there you're sure that now you are really up to your game. Then also, we have to do a lot of preventive maintenance. You have to maintain the dam, do a lot of inspections, because no failure starts big, it always starts small. So if you lose out on inspections, then I'm sure you have actually lost the game. So, our Nalubali is an old dam. We handle it as a baby. We take very good care of it. And because of its age, we do the general inspections or the dam safety reviews are done every 3 to 5 years. Sometimes it's 5 years, sometimes it's 3, depending on the risks that we find when we carry out the inspection. And then we make sure we implement whatever we find. I have read an investigation whereby it was a tailings dam. I can't remember exactly its location. When they told them the foundation is beginning to fail. So when they told them the foundation is beginning to fail, they can't imagine, that big Nalu Valley, you remove it, they're telling the foundation is failing. You're like, now these people must be joking. They left it. 10 years down the road, it actually failed. So now, as we don't joke around with the measures that we find, with the issues that we find with the dam, you have to implement. Because these ones, it was 10 years down the road. Actually, even the guys, some of them had retired. But they came for them from wherever they were, and they were told that 10 years ago, we told you to replace this, and you refused. So now these are the consequences of your not listening. So you can imagine coming out of retirement, just to answer why I did not implement on the dam. Now, the other thing that we also do is we have maintenance procedures and routines for our spillway gates. Those gates should be able to function at any one time when you need them to function. Even at short notice, they should be able to function. So those ones are maintained very regularly. The capacity of the dams and the spillway has been assessed, and we know how to handle them. We just don't open just anyhow. And then also the people who are maintaining them have been trained, and they have been alerted on any possible failure. And then also they also know the consequences of the failure. Alarms have been set up so that when our water reaches that is 1135, the level of 1135, that's at the intake. Actually, before 1135, that's 1134.5, the alarms should go off. And when the alarms should go off, these people should be in position to respond. However, before then, we are still monitoring. And then also in our environment, we've been lucky. We haven't had seismic events. Those are some of the things that destabilize the dam. When you have seismic event, is an earthquake. Unfortunately, they've been maybe in the west, but at least they haven't affected us. However, whenever we have such an event of an earthquake, you always go back to your books and you check, is my dam okay? Is this what I designed it for? Is it serving the actual purpose? If yes, yeah, you sit back and at least take a bit of sleep. We are also advancing on our data collection. We are trying to automate a lot of the instrumentation. However, automation, you do it cautiously. When you automate, you have to leave the manual system as well, because that is a check. I've also read about an investigation where a dam failed because of the sensor. They kept using the actual sensor, yet the sensor had long died in the process of, so they see the dam is failing and they're like, no, but our sensor is reading right. Yet the sensor had long maybe gone to bed. So now, much as we automate, we still retain our old instruments. And then also, we have had to put up an emergency preparedness plan in the unlikely event that we lose control of the water. Like, Nalubale is the one controlling Lake Victoria. So the role of the dam is very, very key, not only to power generation, but to Uganda as a whole. Because should we lose Nalubale, I think we've lost actually Lake Victoria, other plants downstream. Because Nalubale, the dam is one that causes that to build the head for all those that are downstream. So that is, we have to take good care of it. Our emergency preparedness plans, we do a lot of communication. We work alongside with our downstream plants. And then currently we are reviewing even our emergency preparedness plan, because this has to be reviewed over certain periods of time. And we are now reviewing it to confirm that should we have an emergency, we are able to handle it. And should we fail to handle, as in you've lost the dam, at least you're able to save the lives and whatever infrastructure that you can save.
Tremendous. I think Anne deserves a hand clap. At least you in the room understand her when she says that Nalubale is the one controlling Lake Victoria. Now, I do not know those who are at Golden Tulip and have a beautiful scenic view of Lake Victoria from Luzira, and are imagining how that lake is being controlled by a dam in Jinja. And then she says, if it breaks or if it fails, we will lose the lake. So you just wake up, look out there, and it's just one empty play field of sand. How that happens, that's the engineering talk that we have been talking about. So, and then she mentioned something like, it's the one that's maintaining the head of the lake. So for ordinary folks, we don't know that lakes have heads and maybe tails, wings, and all other things. So we may need to go through a crash course of some of this jargon that is used. And when she drops figures like 11.35, and what's the reading this morning?
The reading this morning?
Around about what?
Around about 1133.17.
Have the alarm bells gone off?
No, the alarms are not going off. They'll go off at 1134.5.
Great. So now, for an ordinary person who possibly has a garden somewhere in Kayunga, by the shores or by the banks of the River Nile, somewhere in Galilaya, how would they understand the 11.35 as a reading there. So again, as we do all this preparedness and speak to each other as the community of saints that we are as engineers, it's important to have this information go through a deciphering system of communications, people who understand your language, the ones and zeros, and then break it down to easy to chew kind of things. Then, of course, you did open your remarks by wondering, how come you do all these safety nets and preparedness and all that, but when a failure happens, lives are lost? Even when there are bells and alarms that go off, even when there are screams, people die. I want, for the purpose of safety and for us to have an easy heart, those who are not necessarily in your business, to realize that, let's look at aviation. Isn't it true that the safest mode of transport is the aeroplane? And that when you enter a plane, before it takes off, they will always take you through what they consider to be their top-notch emergency prepared procedures, right? Think about it. When was the last time you had a plane crash and there was some news about survivors? Usually it's the safest mode of transport, but when it fails, you are on your own. So now, can we begin to imagine that all this notwithstanding that we are preparing ourselves for, that we have in nice graphics and files and all that, when a failure comes, we are on our own? That's something to think about, and I think that may come through the questions. That said, I will now turn to another person on the panel who, you have a situation where Bujagali will say, and I heard the last presentation, I think coming in from the last presenter from Bujagali saying, after the last trial, now we have a public address system under procurement, and I'm sure before that takes place, you have to first go to your regulator to ask whether they can increase on your budget or allow you to spend. So now I'll turn to the Electricity Regulatory Authority and say, for this strengthening of emergency preparedness and response, oftentimes these operators are constrained to put in place the measures they think can work because of budget, largely because you manage how they spend the money so that there is no ripple effect on the tariff. Aren't you risking being accused of stifling the preparedness regime by way of denying financing to always be available to these operators? Mr. Albert Kasova.
Thank you, moderator. Actually, I want to bring the challenge back home. When you speak about dam breach, many people think it's far from their backyards. They only imagine, for as long as I'm not along the Nile, I'm safe. But I want to assure you that as a regulator, we have a number of projects who have licensed. At least every corner of the country has now a small hydropower project. And the dam breach has evolved beyond just the dam, but now the waterway. So look at it, even if you're in the city center here, imagine that pipeline carrying water from Gaba breaking. You have this water gushing down your homestead. I mean, that's the mind you should have. So this communication we're sending through on dam safety, dam breach, shouldn't just be limited to the dams, but also these waterway systems that we have in our midst. Picture that. So on our end as a regulator, we are quite very cognizant of this challenge. And I want to relay that for the large dams, they've been quite aggressive in as far as emergency response is concerned. But we also have another class of developers, the small hydropower projects. These often operate on very limited budgets, and therefore such scenarios is one of the easiest ways of cutting costs and fit within the tariff. So we have gone an extra mile before licensing to request them to always demonstrate, in as much as they may be classified as category 0, as from the presentations earlier made, we have requested that they still go ahead to also have these in place. And the key to this is keeping the plan as simple as possible. An issue of miscommunication, an issue of interpretation. And mostly we request that it is, if possible, in the local dialect. We may assume that everyone understands English, but then people may not interpret this. So we have requested that we have your plan in place. It may be so excellent, but then it does not relate with the community. So I've gone ahead to request them to have collaborations with the local communities and also have trained people within the community. And the people should be aware of what happens in case this happens. How do I respond? So true, from the regulator's point of view, this is something that we have taken on and working closely with our sister regulator in as far as dam safety is concerned, DWRM. We are working together to extend this and provide for resources. Thank you.
Oh, I like the way you have put it very succinctly. But if maybe just ask a rejoinder question, and I think it was hinted on by Anne, who said, in case of a failure, sometimes you are 10 years retired, and you've got to come back and answer as to why you did not carry out the interventions you should have when you learned about an impending risk. As a regulator, do you have what one would consider prohibitively painful sanctions to those who breach what should be a preparedness regime that could save the light? So that when Anne is operating, she knows the fear of God is hovering over her. Should there be any problem, the regulator would strip her of her engineering, whatever, would send her to jail, would starve her children, like something so bad that she works on bunkenke all the time.
Yes, thank you, Simon. As earlier mentioned, we are working with a sister regulator who is taking lead on this DWRM. We have an MOU giving us that cordial relationship. So on our end, we try to, like you mentioned from the start, provide for the funds, but also the supervision. But with our sister regulator, we are updating. We have regulations in place, but we are updating them to ensure that this is really as punitive as possible. Thank you.
So in other words, you give the rope, the other one, DWR, pulls it down a single fixed pulley and hangs the person. All right, I think Mr. Albert Kasova does paint a very interesting picture, and especially broadening this whole risk to beyond people who live on the banks of rivers that have our dams. And you painted a very good picture. And from my experience, both working at a hydropower plant and working in a place like Kampala, I am just imagining, I close my eyes and imagine if Tank Hill, those tanks just broke, and the water that would come gushing down to 8th Street industrial area, to find a Nakivubo channel that is the way it is, which fills up under very minimum provocation from a little rain here and some guy urinating in old Kampala, the place floods. So maybe this conversation, like you said rightly, should expand beyond hydropower operators of dams to maybe folks that run cities like Kampala to understand the risk of what it means when you have rain that cannot go down to where it's supposed to be going in terms of flood water. Thank you. Now, I am almost tempted to invite the other regulator, since you seem to be working as a tag team to hang those who breach. But let's look at what the Directorate of Water Resource Management, these are people you hear about maybe once a year if the rains are so high, or once in 10 years when a floating island comes in, or never to hear if you live not long enough. But today we have the chance of hearing from them in our lifetime. So, Engineer Capital H, talk to us. Tell us, what are some of those very enforceable enforcements that you have as a regulator on that side, but also how have you seen the level of compliance with these folks like, UEGCL, BEL, and all the others that are operating?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my colleague from Electricity Regulatory Authority. Ministry of Water and Environment performs quite a number of roles. It does, as per the provisions of the National Water Policy, provides water supply to urban and rural communities, provides water for production, but also ensures that they monitor the water resources so that it's able to inform what kind of designs need to be put in place. So the Ministry of Water and Environment performs a facilitating role beyond its mandate to guide what kind of decisions are done for those in the energy sector, what kind of decisions are made in the agricultural sector. So in terms of providing information on the status of the water resources. Yes, like I said, we are guided by the national water policy of the country that ensures that we have water not only for today, but also in the future. So we are looking at sustainable use of water for the current generation, but also the future generation. But again, we do this by ensuring that we ensure participation by all the stakeholders, so that we ensure that we speak and communicate to each other. Yeah, under the policy, we have the laws. We have the Water Act that guides the use, rational use, and utilization of water for the different uses. We also have regulations that now operationalize these acts, the Water Act in this case. But we also work with other laws, for example, the National Environment Act, in ensuring that we have a coordinated approach as far as management of water and environment resources is concerned. Now, coming back straight to your question, within the regulations, we issue licenses. We call them water permits. And issues of safety are also very key, become like permit conditions. Once we license a dam operator, we give them permit conditions that speaks. I want to focus currently on just safety. That speaks to the need to ensure that the plant is safely operated and managed. And in so doing that, one of the key inputs is that every operator, every facility should have what we call dam and a waterway safety plan, which is prepared by the developer, but with approval from the Directorate of Water Resources Management. So each of these has specific conditions that has to do with the safety, what level of instrumentation should be done. That is informed by the failure possibilities. We call them potential failure mode analysis. Once the PFMA, the failure mode analysis is done, then it informs the extent in which the instrumentation should be done. And once that is done, then the question is, because now the approach to dam safety now not only looks at the infrastructure, but the resilience of the communities. We call it risk-based approach. We're looking at what is the likely consequence that may arise. And in doing that, you want to know which population is at risk. So you do what we call inundation dam bridge analysis, where you simulate, again, you have been talking about the 10,000 year flood, or 1,000, depending on the analysis that has been done. Then you are able to map the extents of the population that is at risk. Now, all this is embedded into the dam and waterway safety plan. And the dam bridge analysis then now informs the preparation of the emergency preparedness and response plan, where you now highlight how the different dynamics that we have learned today, who should do what, how do you communicate, how do you ensure that the areas that now we are trying to do is we need to peg those areas so that even the communities are aware of the boundaries of the extent, so that even once there is an alarm. So these conditions that we issue under the permits come with specific conditions, and our role now is to move what we call compliance monitoring, to see to what extent are you complying with the different provisions. And in so that, of course, the conditions, of course, according to the Act also come with the penalties. That where you don't do this, this would be this. But of course, like earlier said, we are also reviewing these regulations to ensure that they are more deterrent enough, so that they are able to put the different players into compliance, the different conditions. So the permits that we issue and monitoring compliance is helping us to ensure that the developers, the operators of these dams, comply with the different provisions in ensuring that these dams, first of all, are safely operated, but also ensure that the communities are resilient They are aware, and just in the case of an event, we shall not have any losses in lives or property. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think it deserves a hand clap, and I'll tell you why. You know, in earlier presentations, they could have been the temptation to think that what Bujagali is doing with their emergency preparedness plan, the simulation activities they did some years back to check their preparedness. For a moment, I thought they are doing it out of the goodwillness of how they just want to be nice people and save this country and all. I actually thought they were trying to say, come on, we're doing you a favor, we just want to kill you downstream and upstream. It turns out, David there and the Directorate of Water Resource Management actually have a gun to the head of these operators, to the extent that if you had not invited them in this room, no matter how much noise would make, they would still come back at you. So one clap for you, David, because you have demonstrated that as a government, you are in charge and you are hovering over the operations of these people like an angry hawk. So maybe to break it down in our normal understandable way, these Davids are the ones who come down from the Mount of Sinai with the 10 commandments etched in stone. The only difference is that their commandments can be amended as and when other realities come through. So they are always reviewing them. And they ensure that they don't just stop at reading to you the commandments of what to do and what not to do. They are also the ones in charge of the firewood for hell, just in case you break the commandments and you are sentenced to hell. So they are the ones in charge of the fire. So, thank you, David. Now, we heard from Bujagali earlier on. We heard from an operator, a sister operator. We've heard from the regulator. I think now it's only fair that we now go into the theory of all these things, the academia part of it. When you're teaching us these things and drawing models and making hypotheses and all that, trying to break down all these phenomena from first principles, reciting the laws as they are, telling us that for every action there is supposed to be an equal but opposite reaction. Now we are in the theater of reality. But from where you sit, make for us a comparison between what you teach us in school and how to avoid it, and what you've seen happen in reality, and give us the confidence that you are also regularly updating yourself to meet the new realities of what really happens. So allow me invite Dr. Emmanuel Tumwesije, a lecturer of civil and environmental engineering from Makerere University.
Thank you. Colleagues and all of you, we don't sit very far from you in the sense of lecturing and teaching and learning. We are sitting together. And what Mr. Kasiate talked about urinating in the channel on the other side reminds me of our hydrology saying of the butterfly effect. Something small happens somewhere in the Indian Ocean, and then you have a storm somewhere in Uganda or somewhere very far. So all things are interconnected. Small things produce big things, and big things produce small things. So what is the role of education and research in dam safety, emergency preparedness, and stuff like that? I think that's the gist of the question. And our answer is that what we teach at university, for those who are engineers, the Laplace transforms and calculation of structure analysis and all those things are for a purpose, and that purpose is engineering, so that you can do sound judgment, so that when you do structure analysis, you are able to say this structure will stand. When you put it on rock, it will stand. When you put it against a head of water, which my colleague talked about, it can, the dam will not walk away. I think sometime back we were talking about Narobare Dam moving down south slowly.
Hey. Both.
I heard that in the papers, not me. So you make sure that that is not happening, and you make sure that is not happening through what we teach at university. However, we have a role beyond that, in that we work with international organizations, international universities, and so on, to learn what is happening in other places. So as regards emergency preparedness, you know what is happening in Canada, you know what is happening in the US, in France, in South Africa, in other countries, and then you can be able to share those examples. You can be able to share the examples from what is happening in Rwenzori, or the dams which are there. All those examples are what we use to educate our students so that they can be useful engineers beyond what is in the textbooks, so to say. But also, so for example, during the construction of an irrigation scheme in Mubuku, based on River Nyamwamba, there was a flood, and the flood was able to carry a dozer, a D10, down all the way from the hills, across the road, into that area below the, and that demonstrates the power of water, what water can achieve. And so there are dams, the Sindira and other dams that have penstocks that are, 700, 800, 1,000 meter penstocks that therefore would gush quite a significant amount of energy. So when you use those examples in teaching and learning, they help students understand the role of hydraulics, and therefore dam safety becomes much easier. However, on the other hand, our role is to abstract from reality and be able to look at theory. So what is the role of theory in practice is that you are not constrained by whatever is going on in reality. You are able to construct models, up there, develop scenarios of things which you are not able to build in nature. You are not going to build a dam and then crash it and then determine that it actually fails. So you have to construct it somewhere, build models, test it, see what its impacts are, and then be able to advise Engineer Gita and others that when the dam fails, you will release 5,000 cubics instead of the 2,600 the manager was concerned about. You'll get maybe twice as much, and then what will you do with it? So that is an abstraction which we do as researchers, and so we should be aware of this. And we can also support activities of training beyond the lectures. So if Mr. McDougall has a plan to train his people on specific things related to dam safety, they can bring them to us, and then we will train them on that specific course. Not part of their undergrad or master's course, but a specific training program. So all of that is part of what education and learning is supposed to be concerned with. I must add, of recent, AI has become an important component of every teaching and learning. And so AI is one of the areas which we are using for modeling, for developing data systems, and all those are important to collect data and to use it to improve performance. For example, we were talking earlier here today about calling the police of Buikwe and others are not being able to respond. Some of them have since been transferred to other places. Now, this information is available somewhere that some policemen were transferred. So you can crawl the internet using AI, get information which can be used. It's initially not intended for engineering practice. It's not intended for dam safety and control, but you can access this information using AI technologies. So AI is one of the areas which would be relevant for us in dam safety to a very big extent. Thank you very much.
Wow. I think he deserves another hand clap. For my many years working in the sector of electricity generation, I was looking forward to today, and there are some words and terminologies that I have missed over the years since I left. For example, QMEX. It sounds very funky. So, as a layman, when I joined the sector, they say, now we are discharging at 900 QMEX. And I said, what's QMEX? He said, meters, cubic meters squared. I said, you are measuring distance? Because when I hear meters, I know it's distance. He said, no, it's volume of water. So I said, why is volume of water measured in meters first, then you square them and make them cubic? I would never understand. Now, but I also then got to understand why engineers like Gita, all this so often, were always running with paperwork in under their armpits, going to HR, and normally the title on the folder would be Kafue Gorge. And I said, what's this gorge they always go to? Didn't realize they were always going for refresh training on matters like this that they did not get from Emmanuel Tumwesji at Makerere University. But we are now glad that you are willing to design customized or bespoke courses to fit into the reality of an actual hydropower plant in the making. Of course, you also remind me of some of the words I met in my attempt to be an engineer, things like viscous drag and, terminologies of that nature, aerodynamism and all. But we are glad that also beyond what you're doing here, there is a lot of collaboration that you do with other academic institutions, meaning that as a country, we are getting the very best in terms of best practices from elsewhere, thanks to your interface with other people. And that should give us comfort in this room that we are not operating as an island, but we are interconnected in terms of knowledge, research, and the development of which, for particularly strengthening our emergency preparedness response. Now, the final person on the panel, when all has been said and done and it has failed, there has to be a National Emergency Coordination and Operations Center to handle. For a moment, close your eyes and don't imagine a dam failure, but look at a few emergencies that we have had most recently. I don't want to talk so much about the failure of a garbage bin to hold and not break down and kill people. Most recently here in Kampala. You in Jinja may not have heard about it, but Kitezi failed. We know the emergency preparedness that came after that. I think for the most part, much of it was about taking pictures with the survivors and feeding them lunch and appearing to be sorry. You did talk about River Nyamwamba. I think when I was in the newsroom years ago, we knew that every year we had to keep space in the newspaper for a story about River Nyamwamba breaking its banks and carrying with it everything down the valley. I think they always headed towards the equator. And like you've said, yes, one time it brought that tinga and so many things. We also know the story of Bududa. I think that one has also become a national fixture. We just don't have an exact date like 3rd June for Mother's Day, but we know every year something in Bududa is going to happen, and then the Ministry of the Office of the Prime Minister, the National Emergency Coordination and Operations Center will kick in. Again, just to make you a little more uncomfortable, Emmanuel Okecho, is to say, even when you are there, then we the journalists always are going out to get this. Not how well you manage the emergency and the disaster and how disastrous your preparation was. Often we are looking at how, okay, the taxpayer gave you money to procure at least blankets for those who have survived River Nyamwamba. And when they receive the blankets, you can literally see through the blanket. It has the same thickness as a mosquito net, and you can't even wrap it around yourself to fit the size of a towel, yet it's supposed to be a blanket. And then you hear the Prime Minister is arresting sub-procurement officer. So all these things don't create a sense of comfort that in the event of an emergency of this nature, government or the requisite agency of government supposed to manage and coordinate every effort in ameliorating the situation is up to the game. But today you have a chance. You have an opportunity to allay our fears, to tell us how robust you are, and then we hold you for your word until the next disaster. Mr. Emmanuel Okecho. I know I've not been very kind to you, but you know that you and I are very good friends. This is Chatham House. We are discussing as colleagues. I think I need a helmet at this rate.
Thank you, Simon, for the basket full of questions. But I think it's also a very good opportunity to explain what we do so that you don't expect bread from a rice farmer. So I'll start on from there. As Office of the Prime Minister, we established a center called the National Emergency Coordination and Operation Center. You could have had presentation after presentation referring to that center. And the key word there is coordination. Everything else is secondary. So our key role there is coordination. Members, you heard there was a mention of UPDF, police, the DECOC. These are some of our structures that we use in coordination as defined by the disaster policy of Uganda. So we have a coordination structure that runs from national to district to village level when it comes to disaster response. So whatever you've been seeing, well, things that didn't go well in terms of disaster response is kind of a joint challenge faced through the value chain of disaster response. However, according to the policy, we have the structures in place, and listening to the stakeholders here speaking, I am confident that the gospel we've been preaching for the last many years is kind of taking root, because this is what we call mainstreaming. The stakeholders are able to identify the risks within their industries. They are able to plan for them. All we need to do now is to come in and reinforce them through the coordination angle. Having said that, Office of the Prime Minister looks at risk management through the approach called PAL. Maybe you can write this down, PAL, like the one for Uganda, the PAL of Africa. Our key concern is the people first. People first. Then the environment is very important because it's what sustains our economy. Then we are also concerned about the assets of Bujagali Energy Limited. We are concerned about the assets, the investments of Narubale, of all the other dams. Most importantly, as a government, we are more concerned about reputation. And of course, all of us want to avoid liability. Simon hinted on it here. We all want to avoid liability in whatever we are doing. Engineer Anne mentioned it. Some people are called back to be questioned after retirement. So that is what they call liability, that we want to avoid. So using the approach of PAL now enables us to deliver what we call end-to-end early warning. So what do I mean? How do you deliver early warning to the community, to the people at risk, the system at risk? First of all is understanding risk, and I think by being here, this is a very good opportunity for me to discuss with the stakeholders in dam safety about the risks involved or associated with dams. Having done that, I was glad to hear that there's an effective and continuous risk monitoring, and I think they're doing a forecasting, and there's a lot of analysis going on there. I'm not an engineer, but I learned to consume some of these things from them because of the work I do. Now, I think from the presentation we just had about experience sharing from the simulation exercise, is that there was a problem with communication. And this is now what we need to move down to the ground, to the stakeholders to address. I'm glad to hear that a PA system is being procured, but I think that is not enough, because when you look at the, I call it what, the footprint of the dams, the watersheds, I think one PA system station somewhere may not be enough. We need to do a number of systems along the entire stretch of the Nile and wherever the dams may be able to cover. And most importantly, at the end of the early warning value chain is the capacity to respond. How much do we have to invest in the response capacities of the communities? Well, we need the DPC to help, but how often do we involve them in what we do? As Office of the Prime Minister, we have established 10 district emergency coordination and operation centers spread across the country. And for the area where our dams are, I'm glad to announce that one of the centers is in Buikwe. So I think a closer collaboration with the Buikwe district would also earn us more safety when we are responding to the unfortunate incidences of dam breaks or dam failures. So we need to have collaboration with them. We need to build their capacities. We need to equip them further, because there are things we cannot have as the operators, but government could be able to afford them. So we need joint advocacy here, so that where we cannot afford equipment or response equipment as operators, at least let government have it at a central point, so that can work for all of us. The same approach, I think, is being used by colleagues in the oil and gas industry, what they call a mutual aid group. And I'm glad to hear that there's already communication between the operators, but now a link to the community is what is needed. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to see a single life lost. Personally, I feel a dam break should be something which is quite easier to deal with than what our other neighbors deal with in other parts of the country. For example, tsunami, it's very rapid, but a dam break, you're even able to see. Like this morning, we are told we are at 11.33 something. Now the other side, people may not see, but they are able to survive. Moreover, it's of high magnitude, of high strength than here. So we should be able to communicate to people. And of course, after communication, I agree with the idea of drills. This is very important and should not stop at adults. We have schools. This should be our starting point. If we start from the schools along the areas where these dams are, and we make sure that kids understand what it means to go through a dam break, then we should be able to save more lives. Ideally, we've not been able to save lives due to these disasters because people think they are now used. You mentioned Bududa, but when you go there, people will tell you, we were born here. They will challenge you, and it is true, they were born there. So the only way you can change mindsets of these people is by starting from schools. Let's take these drills to schools, much as we're also carrying out activities in the communities, drills, sensitization meetings, but let's go to the schools and start on from there. Then maybe I think we need to expand our stakeholder base. A number of stakeholders that were mentioned here, I did not hear anything to do with the institution of Busoga, the Chabazinga. I think where the dams are in Busoga, people would want to listen to something from the Chabazinga, not from the engineer, because truth be told, the people in the community may have little faith in those of us who are here, but they have too much faith in their local leadership, the structure, the local context. What about the religious groups? These are very important. So we need to expand our network of stakeholders in whatever we are doing in ensuring dam safety. We also need to ensure we reach the last mile. The last person needs to get to know what we are doing and what is expected from him or her. I beg to submit.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ketro. If you're a golfer, I would say well out. You have really come out of that ditch the moderator tried to throw you in, that unfair man, by making it seem like you cannot have the kind of interventions you have. What's for sure, you said we shouldn't expect bread from a rice farmer. But from your explanation, sir, I think we should expect rice bread from a rice farmer. And you have told us how it is baked. You've told us the ingredients, which are people, environment, assets, reputation, and I would use this term, avoidance of liability, and then, of course, throwing the back to those that should be taking the liability. You did give us some very good counsel in as far as stakeholder engagement and management is concerned, but even better on how to widen our scope of stakeholders. And I think Angela Nanzi's job there has been fully spread out for her to increase her list of stakeholders, if at all she hasn't. Sometimes some of these institutions may also carry with them a certain backlog of reputation issues, and you don't want to burden them more. They are busy dealing with teaching people how to drink coffee and plant trees and protect gains, and then you're telling them about a situation that may never happen in the lifetime of 2 generations. So that also is a difficult situation, but you must do it, like you said. You said we should expand our stakeholder engagement very specifically to schools and teach young people. You know how young people learn in this part of the world. It's monkey do, monkey see. So maybe, I hope the Bujagali people don't take this literally and say, let's break the dam for a demonstration, so that maybe then our stakeholders can see what would happen. Please do not. Like they normally say, don't try this at home. Lunchtime is usually at 1 o'clock. So where we are now is 20 minutes into lunch. And as is tradition, after lunch starts at 2 p.m. And usually at that point, people are very less alert and may actually go into slumber. But we must make lemonade from these lemons we've been hit by time. I know that we have a keynote address from a representative of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I also know that the Supremo of Bujagali has not spoken. Now, I don't want us to run the risk of having them to speak at a time when we should be sleeping, or at least mentally, because their speeches are very important. So, we will now cut down on our spend on time to accommodate that risk. We are prepared for it. What do I mean with those very many words? This panel should be opened up to questions and comments from the audience, both here physically and a virtual audience out there. The good news I have for the virtual audience is those virtual platforms shall remain open, and so please feel comfortable to start sending the questions, and we've already started seeing some questions coming through and comments. We will answer to them, and these panelists will attend to them in person. Even better news for you in this room is that you have the panelists with you, and so at a moment when you are lining up for lunch or taking a break, walking to the foyer, you can ask them these questions, and they should be able to specifically give you a tailor-made answer for you. Meaning, therefore, let's avoid the question and answer while they are seated here and move on to the next program. And do you know what the next program is? Anyone wants to guess? Yeah, from the look of your eyes and the energy levels. Okay, let me just allow that our panelists are recognized for taking time off their very busy schedule, prepared very eloquently to come and present to us what they have in as far as this is concerned. You deserve beyond a hand clap. That's when I invite the management of Bujagali to come and offer to our guests here, the panelists, more than just a hand clap by way of recognizing their efforts. And then we'll do the nice thing that we normally do, which is to stand up and then take a picture as part of the drill. It's part of the drill. So I think Lester will go in the order. You'll just come through the stage and you'll be helped by Tyson. And we'll offer these. Tyson, you may wish to help in the legwork. And my dear panelists, you know, if you're not careful, the only person that may get a gift here is the moderator, because the one who's standing. Normally we receive gifts when we are standing as a way of saying thank you and appreciate the kind gesture. So you just walk up to them. Yes. Now we know the strongest stakeholder on the platform. They had to go strictly for the first gift going to the DWD. I think he did a good job. For purposes of full disclosure, I want to believe the civil servants on the stage should be able to really declare these things, and we see whether they are more than 100,000. Please make no mistake, we have a new IGG. She could make you an example of what she's out to reform. So you may say in there is 250 megawatts. So let's say you may wish to stand next to answer to take a group picture with them, and yeah, your tie matches the whole gifting thing, and so We weren't told of the dress code. I could have come with my red one, but and as is always the case, of course, the moderator for such high-powered delegations never gets gifted. I will get my revenge. You saw what I did to Mr. Okecho. It tells you that that's where the last place I had a moderation. So I came with the beef from there to here. So next time I see a Bujagali person on a panel anywhere, brace yourself. Thank you, Alistair. All right, so Michael, you may wish also to come forward. The panelists, please, you can exit the stage. Now I'm inviting Michael, who is going to present gifts to those who presented earlier on from the Bell team. So if you know, you presented earlier on and you are from Bujagali Electricity, I think your gift is coming here. Bujagali Energy, your gift is going to be presented to you by the, no less, the head of finance. So we can already guess what that is. So Mr. Mwangi and group, or Engineer Mwangi, come and get your pay rise. If inside job was a person, this is what it would look like. But like you saw from their presentations, nothing seems to surprise Bujagali Energy. They are always prepared for everything, emergency or otherwise, and that's why they don't look shocked that their organization is rewarding their efforts because of the good work they do. Yes, our good friend Ali from Total Energies, you may wish to step forward also and be prepared to present a gift to the keynote speech that was made by Engineer Dominic Muchunguzi. And interestingly, they are seated right next to each other. For those who have just joined us, that gentleman, Engineer Dominic Muchunguzi, the Assistant Commissioner in charge of water use, planning and allocation at the Ministry of Water. And Ali here does represent one of the partners in Bujagali, Total Energies. Thank you very much. Now for you, the good audience that have listened to us, I believe I am now way past what I requested you for, which was a few minutes. We had planned that at least we should have this done by 1:30. It's now 1 minute to 1:30 as per my watch. So may I therefore have the pleasure to hand back to Tyson to continue with this boxing match. I think I have run my rounds and I am happy that you are such a great audience. Thank you very much. See you at another dam safety engagement, God willing.
Another big round of applause for Mr. Simon Kasiate. I'm persuaded that he has done you well for the time that he has been here. Thank you so much, Simon. And also thank you so much to our online audience for the commentary and the questions that are coming through. Keep them coming through. We shall continue to attend to them as we go on. So like Simon said, we do not want to risk to prepare for an emergency in the afternoon or the afternoon hours. So we have a few minutes to do. By 2 p.m. we shall be already stepping out for our lunch engagement. But in the few minutes that we have 1 or 2 other addresses, and then we shall be good to go for the next items on the program for today. Like someone said, after all this, you need to know what the general manager, Bujagali Energy Limited, has to say on occasions or arrangements like these. So without any other further ado, allow me request you to put your hands together and receive with me Mr. Alistair McDougall, the General Manager of Bujagali Energy Limited, to come and give his address to this workshop. Alistair, you are welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I commence, I'll give you a warning that I acknowledge I do have an accent, And when I get passionate and engaged, my mouth does tend to run away ahead of me. So if you find I'm going too fast and you're not understanding, wave your arms or throw a bucket of water over me or something and get my attention, and I'll tone it down again. Okay, to our guest speaker, the representative of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, our keynote speaker, Assistant Commissioner, Water Resource Management, Engineer Dominic Mcgunzi, the Chief Executive Officers from the various entities that are with us, and the representatives of the different generation companies, our organisers of this session, and the people following proceedings online. All other protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be short because I know this has been a long day, and I'm standing between you and your lunch at the moment, so we will and I shall try to press on. So as we move towards the end of the forum, I want to acknowledge the participation of all people and the entities involved in managing potential events on dams and related structures in this country. I have found this meeting today particularly valuable, and in particular I wish to thank the panel participants for the session that we've gone through here. That was very insightful, and the interaction with the participants here was useful. Bujagali Energy Limited, who I'll refer to as Bell from here on, as a dam owner and operator, has obligations in the regulation and as a prudent owner and operator of hydro-based plant, and Bell embraces its obligation through our dam safety policy and our dam management program. As well as growing our in-house capability, we engage internationally experienced and recognized consultants and engineers to both support our in-house specialists in the implementation of world's best practice and to provide critique of our practices and an independent oversight of the management and competence of our structures. Bell has implemented the dam safety program based on the best practices of the International Commission on Large Dams, ICOLD. We refer to the New Zealand Society on Large Dams, NZ-SOLD, and we also embrace the Ugandan guidelines for dams in developing our program. So our overall program involves a dam safety policy that defines our intent, our strategies, and performance objectives that is endorsed and monitored at board level of our company. We have a dam management program to guide and or direct our efforts in monitoring and maintaining the structural competence and integrity of our dams. These programs have driven a review of the dam break scenarios and the revision of the dam break emergency response plan, and it's the implementation of that revised plan that brings us here today. That was the driver for the session. We are developing long-term relationships with consultants and dam safety specialists to augment and grow our internal capability. And the most tangible output, we completed the very first comprehensive dam safety review for Bujagali Dam at the end of 2024. And we have prioritized and scheduled for actions the recommendation from the report. We received guidance from the consultant on the future management of the dam assets to enhance the knowledge and information data set for future scheduled dam safety reviews, and to guide the ongoing development of the relationship with potentially affected parties for education on the potential unforeseen events in the lifetime of the dam, effectively our dam break safety response. The activities, the ERP update and the CDSR, the Comprehensive Dam Safety Review, were performed by the consultant from New Zealand that developed the first dam break study in the ERP in 2011 in readiness for filling the dam and taking the facility into commercial operation. We are leaning on that relationship to capitalize on the knowledge set that they already have, and having performed the Comprehensive Dam Safety Review, they've grown their familiarity with their structure, and they will continue to provide us guidance in the future, along with other specialists that we bring in ad hoc basis. In the dam break review, our most significant dam failure scenarios are based on unforeseen large releases of water from Lake Victoria, including potential failures of upstream facilities. And these are the highest consequence risks identified for the Bujagali Dam. Now, we need to stress that this should not be construed as a finger-pointing exercise. Risk identification and assessment is a coldly dispassionate process of all potential failure modes, and in a cascade scheme, it would be remiss of us to omit failure modes of upstream structures. No doubt the potential failure modes for Simba include the failure of Bujagali Dam. Our most significant dam failure scenarios are based on, sorry, I've lost my place. It should be noted that dam failure probability is generally low. However, they come with very, very high consequences. And as such, when you compound the probability and consequence, they remain a significant risk. And that is particularly compounded in cascade configurations as we have on the White Nile River. Now, this forum may be the first event where all the parties that have been stake in disaster management in Uganda at local and national level have come together to examine and understand the full implications of a dam failure. We understand that there is a robust national disaster management framework and function in place, and we needed to be clear on the whole process for managing a potential failure at our site. As a participant in a cascade scheme on a single river, Ben Bell keenly anticipates belonging to a group of active participants in dam integrity and safety management with intent to manage and minimize the probability and potential effects of dam failures that would affect and disrupt the lives and livelihoods of the public that live in the identified flood-affected zone. We look forward to continuing dialogue and interaction with all the players associated here to continue strengthening and growing the relationship and understanding what each other's roles is in handling a disaster. Formal regulation of the ownership and management of dam assets in Uganda is imminent, and Bell is already in discussions with the Department of Water Resources Management, which is the government body that delivers regulatory functions. We have provided our dam safety management program for their review and feedback already. Notwithstanding the formalization of the regulatory framework, the obligations and duties of a dam owner are well defined in the ICOLD and UCOLD best practices, and we anticipate that our established practices will be in close alignment with the regulation when formally enacted, strengthening the established working relationship with DRM in the area of dam safety management. As I close, I want to thank all of the people and entities that have given their time to put together our emergency response plan, and those of you that have met with us today on its implementation. I am sure that it will have fruitful outcomes for all involved. I have long worked on the principle that it is okay to hope for the best, as long as you have already prepared for the worst. Bujagali Energy advises that we understand our obligations and will aggressively pursue excellence in all aspects of the management of our dam assets. Thank you all. Okay, thank you for that. Now, before I depart the podium here, I have the pleasure of introducing Engineer Julius Wamala, Acting Commissioner, Electricity Production Department of the Office of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to give us the closing remarks for the session. Yeah. Engineer Julius.
Thank you, Alstia. I hope I've mentioned your name very well. Maybe for starters, I'm Engineer Julius Formula. I work as an assistant commissioner. Not acting, I'm one assistant commissioner in charge of generation in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And I have the pleasure to represent the permanent secretary. She did send in apologies for not being here, but she would have loved to be in such an engagement, and she wished us very, very full deliberations. And then also on my own behalf, I want to thank the management of Jagali for organizing such a very, very good workshop. It's a very good platform for all people involved in dam safety, people involved in hydropower generation. I note that all stakeholders are on board. UGCL, BEL, I've had other operators in the sector, like my colleague in area mentioned. We have a number of hydropower plants on the several rivers. So dam safety is important in all aspects, not only on the cascade. Then also with the threats of climate change, I believe now dam safety has become very, very more important. So this I commend BEL for organizing such a very, very good workshop. Then allow me on this note now to read out remarks from the permanent secretary as she delegated me. The guest speaker, Assistant Commissioner Water Resources Management, Engineer Dominic Mchunguzi, the General Manager of Jagali Energy Limited, Alistair McDowell, the Chief Executive Officers from the different companies present, distinguished participants, colleagues from the energy sector, government partners, representatives from National Emergency Coordination and Operations Center, Ministry of Water and Environment, Electricity Regulatory Authority, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, Bujagali Energy Limited, and the District Disaster Management Committees, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you note, Uganda's Vision 2040 aims to create access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy. Uganda shall require up to 52 gigawatts by 2040. Access to the national grid is envisioned to significantly increase to 80% by 2040. The required capacity will be generated from hydropower, geothermal, nuclear, solar, biomass, gas, and others. Inherently, Uganda has invested in electricity infrastructure with the current total installed general capacity currently standing at 2,091.1 megawatts, predominantly from renewable energy sources, especially hydro. This means that dams continue to pose potential risks to the communities in which they are built. It is imperative that qualified safety personnel be involved in the three pillars of dam safety, which are safe construction, supervision, and preparedness. The discussions today have demonstrated our capability to ensure safety of not only our infrastructure, but Ugandans as well, synonymous with protecting our gains. It has been a very enriching day of engagement, learning, and reflection. Allow me, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all of you for your active participation and valuable contributions. Throughout this sensitization workshop on emergency preparedness and response plans for our hydropower installations, today's discussions have reaffirmed one important truth, that dam safety and emergency preparedness are not optional. They are integral to sustainable hydropower operations and public safety. Our power infrastructure along the Nile, from Nalubale, Chira, Bujagali, Isimba, and Karuma, forms a critical cascade that supports Uganda's energy security, economic growth, and regional power trade. It is therefore our collective responsibility to ensure that these facilities are operated safely, monitored continuously, and that robust emergency response systems are in place. I am pleased to note that this workshop has, one, strengthened our shared understanding of emergency preparedness and response plans, frameworks, and procedures. 2, highlighted the progress made by Bujagali Energy Limited and Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited in developing, testing, and updating their plans. And 3, fostered valuable dialogue between public, operators, regulators, and disaster management authorities. These conversations must now translate into practical collaboration. I encourage each institution represented here to 1, institutionalize regular emergency preparedness response plans, reviews, drills, and joint exercises so that readiness is not a document but a culture. 2, enhance coordination across the cascade because the safety of one dam affects all others downstream. 3, integrate community sensitization and early warning systems as part of the national disaster preparedness. 4, strengthen data sharing and communication protocols between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Electricity Regulatory Authority, the Directorate of Water Resources Management, and the NECOC, and dam operators in real time. As a ministry, we remain committed to providing the policy guidance and oversight necessary to ensure the resilience of Uganda's hydropower infrastructure, working with our agencies and partners. We shall continue to strengthen the dam safety management system aligned with the International Committee on Large Dams and National Disaster Risk Frameworks and support capacity building across the sector. Let me once again commend the organizers, facilitators, and panelists for their professionalism and dedication, and appreciate all participants for the insight shared. Your engagement demonstrates our shared vision, an energy sector that is safe, sustainable, and responsive to emergencies. As we conclude, I urge you to carry this message forward to your teams, communities, and institutions. Emergency preparedness is a shared duty. It begins with awareness, growth through training, and succeeds through coordination. Thank you all for your time and commitment. Let us continue to work together to keep our dams, our people, and our nation safe. I now officially close this emergency preparedness and response plan sensitization workshop on behalf of the Permanent Secretary. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause for Engineer Julius. And allow me also thank you so much, everyone, for your diligence from the time that we started the workshop up to this time. We are just left with 1 or 2 other engagements, and then we shall be out of here. We are going to have a few photos to be taken. The first one, before I get taken up, allow me invite back Mr. Simon Kasiate for his also handshake, and it will be done by the GM one more time. Mr. Alistair, you're welcome to hand over Simon Kasiate's handshake as well, and token of appreciation. And then I will also request Engineer Julius to also prepare to come back for a photo, and also Engineer Dominic also to prepare and come back. So thank you so much, Mr. Simon Kasiate, one more time for the excellent panel modulation. Thank you so much. Okay. We shall have a marathon of photos, and I will request Alistair kindly step back. A few more photos. Today you're the camera person. I'll ask Engineer Julius to come back, and Engineer Mchungzi as well, to have a photo with the GM. Yeah, these are the men that have done us well today. I'll request also the participants in the panel to prepare and also come up for a photo moment with the big guns in the room. Thank you. Let's face the cameras. Let's face the cameras. It's a big moment. I'll request the participants on the panel to join the three great men on the stage. The panelists kindly come. I'll also request the Bell management to prepare to also come and join up this photo moment. Panelists, thank you. You've really done us well. Uncle Sammy, I hope they're all in the frames. Yeah. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you. So the panelists can get back. The three gentlemen can stay, and I will request the Bell management. They are very permanent into the screens. Bell management. I also request Mr. Ali Mukasa to also come up and join the Bell management team for this photo moment. And then after that, we shall have representatives from different generators that have attended today. I need a representative from UEGCL. I need a representative from Bugoye, a representative from Hydromax, a representative from Muvumbe, a representative from PA, a representative from APE, Chikagati, Berkeley, representatives. Immediately after this, we shall have our own photo moment as well. So this is the Bell management team. Yeah, they are busy people, they rarely smile. So some of you might create emergencies. Thank you, Bell management team. I request the representatives from the different generators. A representative from UEGCL, a representative from Bugoye, a representative from Hydromax, a representative from Mufumbe, a representative from BA Technical Services, a representative from APE, a representative from Chikagati, and Berkeley Energy. These are also the other stakeholders in the generation industry. Yes. So Bujagali does not generate the electricity alone, but all these people are on now. Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much for generating power and letting Uganda to be lit. We are not yet done. A few more. We shall have another moment with the Makerere University students together with Doctor to come and also have a photo moment. Dr. Emmanuel together with the Makerere University students. Hey, thank you so much for coming through today. Yeah, so Doctor did us well, but we also want to honor your presence and attendance with us today. Yes, thank you so much. We can equally space up so that we all fit in the frames. Yeah, Makerere University. They remind me of those days when you used to take photos and the camera person said, smile, and then you smile. I'm going to count 3. When I say ready, I will take. Yeah, so those moments are back. Thank you so much. I'll then finally request the Bell team, Bujagali Energy Limited team, to also come. But as the Bell team comes, I'll also steal the moment and also take one. Bell team, thank you so much for coming through today. The Bell team. Yeah. Thank you so much, Bell team. Yeah, so I can now also ably release the gentleman from the flashes of the cameras.
So, usually I'm invited to announce good news, and that's why I'm back on the microphone, so that I can take credit for what next is going to happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the category of those that have not been invited to take a picture with the big people, this is our turn. The cameraman, I'm sure you are one of that, and others in this room. So may I request Michael to step forward, Michael Tarema from Bujagali Energy, the money person at Bujagali Energy. You go there at the center so that everyone can look at you, and they put the face to the name and the money. May I request Tyson to join you over there? He has an interesting name. The other Tyson, I'm sure all of you know what he does for a living. So when he introduced himself as Tyson, I said, Mike! And he said, no, Tyson. May I request that Angela gets closer? Now, Mike, pass that to Tyson. Mike Tyson. Who has asked you to leave? So, a combination of Mike Tyson simply means that now we need to get into the business of energy. To humans, the only source of energy we have is not through electricity, but it is through food. That said, you will be approached in some way or other to be guided on where we shall have our lunch. But all I can say, and wishing you a very good day, is to say, lunch is served. Bon appétit, merci beaucoup, au revoir.
Thank you so much, Simon. So our ushers are giving out coupons for lunch. Please make sure you don't leave this room without a coupon. When you receive a coupon, we are going to the ground floor. And the ground floor on the right, we have 2 serving centers. So we shall go to the ground floor and we take our right. We have 2 serving centers. And when you have been served food, we shall walk to the tent. There is a tent designated for Bujagali Energy Limited for our lunch. So kindly make sure before you leave this room, you have a coupon. And when you receive a coupon, we shall go to the ground floor, take the right, and then we shall find their serving centers, and then we shall go to our tent, and we enjoy our lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming through for today's workshop. Thank you so much to our online audience for tuning in. Thank you so much, everyone, our service providers. Thank you so much. We appreciate Thank you so much, everyone. And to the media houses and the media team in the house, we have a media brief outside, but the bail management team will handle. So the rest of us, kindly make sure you receive a coupon, and then we shall go to the ground floor and we shall have our lunch. Thank you so much one more time. Thank you for coming through.